CMS, who controls what goes on with Medicare and Medicaid and what they will cover, has recently had a panel, and their preliminary findings are they're not going to cover this for women. Well, why are you picking on women with breast cancer?
Isn't that
of
terrible?
All the things out
Come
there,
on.
why are you picking on women with breast cancer? So it's a frightening thing, because at times this is just the start then of what CMS will cover and not cover. So if you're picking on this for women with DCIS, and breast cancer is frequently a disease of the Medicare population, right? We don't
definitely
see it in 30-year-olds that often. We definitely see it, but the bulk of breast cancer is a Medicare population.
That's right.
And what happens with insurance is it starts with Medicare, and then private insurers
will follow,
pick that up and say, well, if Medicare is not covering it, then we're not covering it. And it changes the care of the patient.
Rejoining us is Dr. Susan K. Bulbul, and this is part of our New Vance Northwell Women's Health Matters series. We bring you once a month. October is Breast Cancer Awareness Month, but frankly, these conversations need to go on, and we have them just about every day. Dr. Bulbul, you were telling us, and I think it bears repeating, that you've discovered that this very important part of figuring out the treatment for women when they have breast cancer is to do a gene assay to determine whether or not it's worth it to undergo further radiation, which can have its own side effects, and that understanding the genetic origin of one's breast cancer is a very important piece of information in a woman in treating her breast cancer. But what you're telling me is that the people who decide what Medicare should and should not cover have decided that this is not something they want to cover for women. Is that right?
Yes. So there's two different things. There's genetic, and that's when you get a test to see if you have a genetic mutation. And that's a simple blood test, which typically is covered. And then there's a genomic assay to see if you will benefit from different treatments. We have genomic assays to see if someone will benefit from chemotherapy. And we have genomic assays for ductal carcinoma in situ to see if one will benefit from radiation. The CMS has decided, and there's been a lot of talk and letter writing to fight this, that they do not want to cover the genomic assays for radiation in ductal carcinoma in situ. And that's a major problem for women out there.
Do they do it for prostate cancer?
That is always the question that we come to, and they cover pretty much everything for prostate.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Not that they shouldn't cover.
Surprised at that answer.
Right.
Correct.
Right. Not that they shouldn't cover it, but what they do for men, they should do for women.
Totally agree. Without a doubt.
Wow.
Right.
Not to mention the fact that some men actually get breast cancer too. They do.
Yes, about 1% of all diagnosed breast cancers are in men.
Yeah. Wow.
So it's not it's not a rare event. Put it that way. I see it all the time.
There's so much here. Okay, let me ask you about my other friend, who she is in her 40s, and her mother died of ovarian cancer when she was only 19, but she has aunts on both sides, her mother's and her father's side, who died from breast cancer. She has a first cousin in her 30s who just got breast cancer, and she herself just had about 9 biopsies on one breast, and they showed a very high chance that they were precancerous but not yet cancerous things. That's what they said, precancerous but not yet cancerous. So she's seriously considering having a double mastectomy soon. And she's quite seriously considering that. I just would like to, what do you think? She really
needs difficult.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
It's a very difficult personal decision, and every single situation is different. So number one, have family members in her family that have been affected by breast cancer or ovarian cancer? Have they had up-to-date genetic testing?
Yeah.
And that is so important because if someone in your family has a genetic mutation, each one of their first-degree relatives, and first-degree relatives are parents, siblings, children, each one of the first-degree relatives has a 50% chance of having that same mutation. That's a really high chance. So that's why genetic testing is so important, because we want to know, well, what's the risk to the family? And let's say your mom has a genetic mutation and you get genetic testing and you do not have that genetic mutation.
Right. Then what?
What that means is you're at average risk for developing breast cancer. You're no longer at increased risk because your mom got breast cancer or ovarian cancer because she has a genetic mutation. Mm-hmm. So we know the cause of it. If you don't have it, you're at average risk. Now, remember, average risk for breast cancer is pretty high. It's 1 in 8. It's 12 to 13%, which is a pretty high risk out there.
Dr. Bulbul, this is I'm telling you, we could keep talking about this. We didn't even get to the nipple sparing.
Days about it.
We haven't even gotten to the nipple sparing, and that's really what I thought we were going to talk about for a half an hour. We never even got there. I'm going to have you back on the show.
It's so important to talk about mammograms, and screening saves lives. All sorts of healthcare screening saves lives, but screening mammograms save lives. If you are 40 years old and above, you should have a screening mammogram every single year. And be sure that you're getting a 3D mammogram. It's okay for patients to ask questions. When you go in or you call for your appointment, say, do you have 3D mammograms? Now, I'm fortunate that at Nuvance, where I work, every facility is 3D mammograms. But I've learned that that's not true. Even in where this show is being broadcast, that is not true. Every facility is not 3D.
All right, so 3D it is. Dr. Susan Bulbul of Nuvance, Northwell, Women's Health Matters. Thank you so much for coming on the show today and sharing your immense knowledge and caring. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Weather update.
Sunny and cool afternoon with a high near 60. Clear and chilly this evening and overnight, upper 30s to near 40. Friday is sunny with a high in the low 60s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Now, let's take a look back with Norman. Let's hear what happened today in WICC history.
It's October 9th. On this day in 1990, radio stations around the world played John Lennon's Imagine for his 50th birthday and also dedicated Central Park's Strawberry Fields in his honor. On this day in 1984, starring Ringo Starr, Thomas the Tank Engine debuted on TV.
Thomas is a tank engine who lives at a big station on the island of Sodor.
In 1986, the Fox television network debuted with a show called Married with Children.
Introducing the Bundys of Chicago, a family like you've never seen. They're not the Cosbys, they're the Bundys, and they're married with children.
October 9th.
That was today in WICC history. Every day just before 2 on the Voice of Connecticut, WICC 695.9. You're listening to WICC, the voice of Connecticut. WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance. I'm Cammie McCormick. President Trump hosted a cabinet meeting today where he hailed the agreement to end the fighting in Gaza. Stacey Lynn reports.
It's been really something incredible that nobody thought it was possible to get it done.
President Trump says the deal will bring an everlasting peace to the Middle East.
And very importantly, the hostages are coming back.
He says that should happen either Monday or Tuesday, which he called.
That'll be a day of joy.
But acknowledged.
Getting them is a complicated process. I'd rather not tell you what they have to do to get them. There are places you don't want to be.
He says he's going to try to make a trip over there as well.
We're working on the timing.
Stacey Lynn, CBS News, Washington.
In Israel, there have been celebrations. Haley Ott has more from Hostage Square in Tel Aviv.
In Gaza, where local health officials say over 67,000 people have been killed in this war, and the humanitarian crisis has reached a real breaking point, our colleagues report similar scenes of relief and celebration, that even though there's still a ways to go in terms of the next phase of the White House proposal, there's hope that this horrible chapter that's taken place over the last 2 years may be coming to a close.
While a lawsuit is challenging the deployment of National Guard troops to Chicago, Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem said today there is no intention to leave.
We're purchasing more buildings in Chicago to operate out of. We're going to not back off. In fact, we're doubling down, and we're going to be in more parts of Chicago in response to the people there.
Chicago's Mayor Brandon Johnson.
The illegal deployment of the National Guard in our city and the escalation of ICE raids do nothing to keep our young people safe. In fact, it makes them afraid and it disrupts their learning.
Still no end to the government shutdown. Votes failed in the Senate again today. Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy told Fox Business Network the government could dismiss air traffic controllers who repeatedly failed to show up.
My message to the air traffic controllers who work for DOT is show up for work. You have a job to do.
He says a spike in absences is causing significant air disruptions. Dallas-Fort Worth is experiencing delays today. Jason Brooks reports the IRS is altering its tax brackets and deductions next year.
The IRS is raising the thresholds for each tax bracket for 2026, which will apply to returns filed in 2027, with a top rate of 37% applying to individuals with taxable income above $640,600 and married couples filing jointly earning nearly $769,000.
On Wall Street at this hour, stocks are lower. This is CBS News.
Sponsored by Progressive. See why over 43 million drivers trust Progressive to stay protected on the road. See for yourself at Progressive.com.
So my mother is thinking of switching from Verizon to Pure Talk, but she's worried the deal sounds too good to be true. Michael, she said, how can those Pure Talk people offer me the same basic service as Verizon for so much less money? I said, Ma, go ask Google how much Verizon spends on advertising and promotions. A few seconds later, my mother said, oh my goodness, $12 billion a year? That must be a typo. I'll tell you what I told my mom. It's not a typo. Verizon spends $12 billion a year on advertising and promotions, and their customers are paying for it. Well, Pure Talk doesn't spend that kind of money on commercials. Trust me, I would know. That's why they can offer you and my mother unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data on a crazy fast 5G network for just $25 a month. And if you're a business owner, you could really save a fortune. Dial pound 250, say the words Mike Rowe, and you'll get an additional 50% off your first month. That's pound 250 Mike Rowe. Pure Talk. Everything you need and nothing you don't.
WICC 695.9. Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
A Bridgeport woman is sentenced to spend 6 years in prison for trafficking 3 minors for prostitution. Prosecutors say Teresa Martinez arranged for the minors to be transported from Bridgeport to a hotel in Norwalk to engage in prostitution. All 3 minors were under the age of 18 at the time, and one was younger than 16 years old. Charges are still pending against a co-defendant in the case. A Norwalk vape shop owner has been cited with selling marijuana from his store without a license. Norwalk police say a 26-year-old man from the Bronx, New York, is the first shop owner cited under a new city ordinance. Police say a search of the R&R convenience store on Main Street last month revealed over a pound of marijuana products that included flour, edibles, and pre-rolled joints. The ordinance allows for a $250 fine for the first offense, which was issued to the store's owner. A juvenile who police say was walking on a Fairfield road with a toy gun has been arrested. Police say the unidentified 16-year-old boy was found by officers on Monday after they received reports of a person with a gun on Kings Highway. Police determined the boy was carrying a toy gun that had been painted black. The juvenile is charged with brandishing a facsimile firearm and breach of peace. And there is a freeze warning for most of Connecticut from 11 o'clock tonight to 9 a.m. tomorrow. According to the National Weather Service, overnight temperatures could approach record lows for the date. Precautions should be taken as freeze conditions can kill crops, other sensitive vegetation, and potentially damage outdoor plumbing. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Some construction on the Parkway southbound in through New Canaan. Also, first half of the no exit zone out of Fairfield, getting down in towards Westport. 95, not too bad northbound. Looking at a pretty good trip. Route 8 through the valley. Some construction as you make your way into Derby and Seymour. And 95 in the Parkway, a little bit heavy. Milford, Orange, and West Haven. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
Clear and quite chilly this evening and overnight. Below in the upper 30s to near 40. Friday, sunny and cool, the high and low 60s. Saturday, partly sunny with a high in the upper 60s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Pizzelli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
So our esteemed lawmakers in Hartford now apparently have another chance to show that they won't do anything, that they're just going to sit there, they're going to pontificate, they're going to say, well, we have to be careful here. We can't. They'll whip out the D word, disenfranchise. They'll do all this. I fear. Now, maybe they'll prove me wrong, but I fear they will do what they usually do when they don't really want to do anything. They'll just let stuff sit aside and collect mold and dust and cobwebs and whatever stuff gets collected when stuff doesn't happen. Now, thankfully, there is some reaction to a story that we talked about yesterday, a story that was highlighted in Hearst, Connecticut media, the Hearst publications, that there likely is a high number, is or are, a high number of sham marriages going on in Connecticut. It first popped up about a year and change ago at City Hall in New Haven, and now in yet another story, good job here by Hearst, they go even deeper into what's going on here. Now, I know this is going to disappoint some of you people out there who are probably saying, well, this has always been going on. What's the big problem? No, it's not right. It's not right, and it lies squarely, some people say, with a few, maybe 2 or 3 or 4 justices of the peace in the Bridgeport area. So you may say, well, what can be done about it? What are we going to do something about it? When are we going to do something about it? Well, apparently, and I did not know this until I read part 2 of this story today in Hearst. Check it out. The headline today is "No one oversees." Now think about this. This is one of those things where you think about it and you go, it's 2025. How is this not happening? No one oversees Connecticut's justices of the peace. Critics say that has to change. That's the headline. Now, you know what that means? It won't change because the Democratic leaders in Hartford won't do anything about it because they see this as a pipeline to get more illegals in the state. Oh, you really mean that, Paul? Yes, I do. Because there are already bills that were introduced to do something about this. And guess what? They went about as far, the Democratic majority in Hartford went about as far with these bills as they did with the bills that would have stiffened penalties for absentee ballots. Absentee ballot fraud is another thing that the Democratic majority in Hartford is turning a blind eye to. They know what happens, and they don't care. There was a bill last session that would have slapped anybody legally with a 12-year prohibition on touching or having anything to do from a supervisor's position with absentee ballots for a dozen years if a criminal conviction happened. And guess what? Matt Ritter in the House, Bob Duff in the Senate, they gave us their usual 2 scoops of kabuki theater, and they did nothing about it because they don't want to do anything about it. And I suspect here that the Democrats in Hartford don't want to do anything about sham marriages either, even though the Democratic Secretary of the State of this state, Stephanie Thomas, who was on the radio station a few days ago with our own Melissa Sheketoff in the morning, she's running the place, and her office says this is a problem. So guess what happens, folks, in Connecticut when Democrats say there's a problem? The other Democrats go, shh, don't say no. What's the matter with you? What the hell is wrong with you saying we have a problem in something? Because that might mean we may have to do something about it. And that would result in fewer illegals coming into the state. Well, Paul, how the hell can you say that? Because I see the same thing happening or not happening with absentee ballots. Year after year after year, the sleaze in Bridgeport with absentee ballots, and the General Assembly does nothing. Because they want it to happen. You never get comments from the Bridgeport General Assembly contingent in the House or Senate because they're okay with it. So why should I sit here and think for 1 minute that they're not okay with the possibility of fraud in the Justice of the Peace program? 2 bills were introduced in the last Connecticut General Assembly session, House Bill 6529 and House Bill 7150. Those bills would have made a host of reforms to the Justice of the Peace system. However, both failed to pass before the session ended in early June. Similar bills have failed in prior years. Do you understand? The Democrats want this to continue. So you say, what are in these bills, Paul? House Bill 6529 says here in Hearst, would have given the Secretary of the State authority to train and oversee justices of the peace. What's wrong with that? Oh, wait a minute. It would have set up maybe some structure. Oh, we can't have that now, can we? What's wrong with that? She kind of sounds like the absentee ballot thing. Oh, yes. We don't want to stop that pipeline. The other bill, HB 7150, would have required, you can't have this in Connecticut, especially in Bridgeport. House Bill 7150 would have required justices of the peace to pass an examination. And it would have given the Secretary of the State authority, get this, to investigate misconduct by justices of the peace and or suspend or revoke their appointments. Gee, this doesn't sound anything like the absentee ballot stuff, does it? No, of course it doesn't. Notably, HB 7150 would have specifically barred justices of the peace from officiating marriages they know or should know are illegal under state law or marriages that violate federal immigration law. We can't have that, can we? Not in Connecticut, not in Bridgeport. Lord knows we may want to just clamp down on illegality, but apparently we can't have that. Here's my question, and I start with this, and I don't mean this to be a rhetorical question, but forgive me if it comes across this way. The Secretary of the State's office wants justice of the peace reforms to prevent suspected sham marriages. Will Hartford follow through? He said as he snickered. Or do you think they want these marriages to happen? Honestly, I'm telling you, I am coupling this, no pun intended, I'm coupling this to the thinking that doesn't even lead to anything stiffer with absentee ballot measures here. We have parts of a state, we have certain cities in this state, and we have certain people in those cities who not only are they all right with corruption, not only are they okay with it, through their inaction, they gladly condone it.
This fall, make your daily radio destination WICC. Your weekdays start with Melissa in the morning. Then it's the Lisa Wexler Show, The Download with John Kamal and Chris Williams, and Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli. Local news updates every hour, along with Fairfield County traffic and weather from meteorologist Paul Pioric. Plus, more local news and live talk on weekends, too. We are WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Looking for complete dental care in one convenient location? Visit Columbia Dental in Norwalk. Their expert team includes a general dentist, periodontist, and oral surgeon. So whether you need a routine checkup and cleaning, dental implants, or wisdom teeth extraction, they've got you covered. Quality care all under one roof. Call Columbia Dental in Norwalk today at 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com.
Do you hear that? Asthma triggers are everywhere, from dust mites, pet dander, and pollen, to smog and smoke. An asthma attack can strike anywhere, anytime. Be prepared with quick-acting Primatene Mist. Clinically proven to open airways quickly. It's the #1 FDA-approved asthma inhaler available over the counter. Primatene Mist. Breathe easy again. Use as directed.
This year's Farmer's Almanac warns of a harsh, super snowy winter. So take control of the wet, snowy, and icy conditions with a new set of Bridgestone winter tires from Town Fair Tire at the guaranteed lowest price. Plus, Town Fair gives you the most free services for life with your purchase of Bridgestone winter tires. For the guaranteed lowest price on Bridgestone winter tires, nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Most people want to spend their retirement years at home, but most seniors are not equipped to do it. In fact, according to AARP, 82% of adults ages 50 and up want to remain in their current homes as they age, but only about 10% of U.S. homes are considered aging ready. Hey, Melissa Sheketoff here, and I'm so grateful my grandmother lived with us for more than 20 years. And as she got older, my parents equipped their home in Fairfield to accommodate her needs, and they got in-home care, like Connecticut In-Home Assistance. I believe in-home care made my grandmother's final years comfortable, joyful, and actually made her feel more independent. It also helped my parents to have peace of mind that someone could get her to her appointments, make sure she didn't fall, and allow them to have a loving relationship with her instead of one filled with tension and resentment. Don't wait until it's too late to make your home ready for an aging parent. Get the help you need to keep your loved one at home safe and sound. Check out Connecticut In-Home Assistance at cthomecare.com. And right now, you can even download their free ebook online. Again, cthomecare.com.
This is your retirement wake-up call. Most people will have 4 to 6 major financial storms during their life. Are you prepared? Are you going to be ready? Take the quiz now at rocksolidretirementquiz.com to spot your #1 mistake and grab your free retirement report. Strategies for Wealth Management has your back. Let's protect, preserve, and grow your money. Build a rock-solid retirement now. Go to rocksolidretirementquiz.com.
Insurance products and services are offered by Strategies for Wealth Management. Content contained herein should not be construed as an offer or solicitation for investment advice or for the purchase or sale of any security, insurance, or other investment product.
You're listening to WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut, broadcasting from Cadillac of Greenwich Studios, CadillacofGreenwich.com.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Midday roadwork really slowing you down on the Parkway. Southbound in the first half of the no exit zone. Southbound again in through Stamford. Northbound jam solid. Route 7 up to 42 in Westport. Again, that's all midday roadwork. 95, the better ride. You are slow, though. Norwalk into the first half of Westport. Route 8 looks pretty good. This update is sponsored by The Connecticut Lottery. Play your favorite draw games at ctilottery.org. Odds vary by game. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. Tom Colangelo, WICC traffic.
For this evening and tonight, mainly clear and cool with a low in the upper 30s to low 40s. Friday, sunny with a high in the low 60s. Partly sunny Saturday with a high in the upper 60s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
He's got everything you need to know before you get home. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
So thanks once again to Hearst Connecticut Media for doing this story. Now, we all kind of knew that there were sham marriages going on. I mean, like, you know, somebody said the other day, this is not a new occurrence, and we understand that. Do you love your husband? Yeah, sure I do. What's your name again? I mean, come on. But again, we find out, courtesy of the people at Hearst and courtesy of the Secretary of the State's office, Secretary Stephanie Thomas, who was on here with Melissa a few days ago on the radio station, we find out that there actually is a push in Connecticut to do something and tighten up the Secretary of the State's jurisdiction over sham marriages here and over the operations of the state's justices of the peace. But what a surprise. Nothing happened there. Just like a shock, an earth-shattering surprise that nothing happened with absentee ballots. I'm shocked. You know, it's almost like the Democratic majority in Hartford is okay with the corruption. It's almost like they care more about ridiculous affordable housing scam bills than they do about clearing up corruption. That couldn't be it from the Democrats in Hartford, could it be? No. It's almost like we don't see any public comment from anybody in the Democratic House or Senate, the state Senate delegations from Bridgeport regarding absentee ballot scams. Oh, geez. It's not like they never say anything about that, is it? Jeez. I don't know. It's not like the Democratic State Central Committee tells the Bridgeport Democratic Town Committee, you're not giving proper notice of your meetings here. It's not like that ever happens. No. My God. It's almost like there's a good chunk of Bridgeport that's okay with the sleaze. But I digress. So what do you think? Is anything really going to happen with this stuff? And look, I'm getting text messages now from people saying, move on, we don't need to talk about this. Well, so that means certain people are listening, which is fine. Thank you. I appreciate it. But this is mind-numbing here. It's almost like, well, not almost like, it sure sounds like there are forces who are okay. Not only are they okay with these sham marriages, they may be encouraging them. You know, the cheap labor, the off-the-books labor, we don't have to pay anybody a minimum. You know how that works. Two bills introduced last session by the Connecticut General Assembly would have made several reforms to the justice of the peace system. Reform is a bad word in Connecticut. We can't have that here. We can't have reform, kids. No, sir, no, ma'am, because if that gets rid of the sleaze, some people make money on the sleaze. We can't do that. I'm sorry, the alleged sleaze. Both bills failed to pass before the end of the session in early June because, of course, we only had 6.5 months to do something. We had to waste time on a half-assed housing bill that we still have no idea what's going on with that. Oh, this bill sounds awful. Listen to this one. House Bill 6529 would have given the Connecticut Secretary of the State the authority to train and oversee justices of the peace. Can't have that. No. Why would you want to actually have standard training and overseeing standards of justices of the peace? Because some of those people may say, hey, some of these marriages are shams. House bill in Hartford, 7150, would have required justices of the peace to pass an examination. We can't have that. We can't have people actually having to know the rules, because we know about that in Bridgeport now, don't we? And given the Secretary of the State the authority to investigate official misconduct by justices of the peace and suspend or revoke their appointments. Geez, I wonder if we had those laws in place, what might be happening right now to a certain person who was in the news for a good chunk of the past 2 years. I think you know who we're speaking about. Most notably, says Hearst, House Bill 7150 would have barred justices of the peace from officiating marriages they know or should know are illegal under state law or violate federal immigration law. Folks, do you need any more proof that the majority of Democrats in Hartford will look away if they see something illegal in citizenship here? Again, they worship the illegal in this state. When even a Democratic Secretary of the State says, hey, we got to tighten up on this SH. And the majority party, I guess, doesn't have time for this. They don't care. Here is a quote from said Secretary of the State, Stephanie Thomas. Quote, we believe the bill also should incorporate attention to marriage fraud. She said this. Quote, justices of the peace are often at the forefront of officiating marriages and ensuring that they have the necessary training to spot and report suspicious activity is essential for safeguarding vulnerable individuals. Now, see, they tried that last year in my hometown of New Haven. And the leftist leaders of New Haven, including the mayor there, Justin Elliker, not only turned a blind eye, but they went after the woman in New Haven City Hall that started raising questions about this stuff. So that's what we do in Connecticut. Instead of enforcing the law, we come out against and we attack people who say the law may be being broken.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
Midday roadwork really slowing you down on the Parkway. Southbound in the first half of the no exit zone. Southbound again in through Stamford. Northbound jam solid. Route 7 up to 42 in Westport. Again, that's all midday roadwork. 95, the better ride. You are slow, though. Norwalk into the first half of Westport. Route 8 looks pretty good. This update is sponsored by the Connecticut Lottery. Play your favorite draw games at ctilottery.org. Odds vary by game. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
Clear and quite chilly this evening and overnight, with a low in the upper 30s to near 40. Friday, sunny and cool, the high and low 60s. Saturday, partly sunny with a high in the upper 60s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Forest Hills Milford, a brand new 55-plus community offering luxury rental units nestled on the north side of Milford, conveniently off the Merritt Exit 55, close to Milford's harbor, beaches, hiking, golfing, shopping, and more. Forest Hills Milford, now leasing gorgeous, spacious units with high-end appliances and finishes, reserved garages with storage units, fitness centers, clubhouse, and even a dog park. Check out Forest Hills Milford and elevate your lifestyle. See foresthillsmilford.com for more information or to set up a tour. That's foresthillsmilford.com.
This is your CT Insider weather update.
Sunny for the remainder of the week. Over the weekend, a couple of clouds will move in with a chance of rain and a little bit of wind. High temperatures remaining in the mid to high 60s with lows reaching the 50s.
Powered by CT Insider.
There's more to Connecticut with CT Insider. A hometown behind every headline. With every issue, investigation, or interview, there's more when you're following from the inside. Visit ctinsider.com for more.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-$300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code COOL to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code COOL for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code COOL for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
At Abriola Parkview Funeral Home in Trumbull, we understand that planning for life's milestones is important. But what about planning for your funeral? While it may be difficult to consider, pre-planning can ease the burden on your loved ones during a challenging time. By planning now, you can ensure that your wishes are honored without leaving emotional or financial strain on your family. Visit Abriola.com to learn more about our compassionate pre-planning services. Plan today for peace of mind tomorrow.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News special report. At a meeting of his cabinet today, President Trump hailed the agreement between Israel and Hamas to pause their fighting.
So it's been really something incredible that nobody thought it was possible to get it done. And very importantly, the hostages are coming back.
The Israeli cabinet is also meeting, as Haley Ott reports from Tel Aviv.
Today, after that government meeting, is when a 24-hour clock will begin for Israel to retreat to an agreed line that is still within Gaza. Then a 72-hour period will begin for Hamas, during which it will be required to release all of the hostages.
At the UN, Secretary General Antonio Guterres.
We have all waited far too long for this moment. Now we must make it truly count.
He said the UN is ready to coordinate assistance to Gaza once the hostages are released, and President Trump plans to travel to Israel and Egypt in the coming days. CBS News special report. I'm Cammie McCormick.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
A contractor testified that former state deputy budget director Costa Diamantis created an atmosphere of fear in running the state school construction office. Diamantis is on trial for federal charges accusing him of bribery and extortion in managing the school construction grant program. Antoinetta Roy with Construction Advocacy Professionals testified that her company landed large contracts after she hired a daughter of Diamantis. She conceded under cross-examination that Diamantis never directly asked her to hire his daughter. Testimony continued today in Bridgeport Federal Court. President Trump is calling for an investigation into Connecticut Democratic Senator Richard Blumenthal over his false claims to have served in Vietnam years ago. Trump posted on social media that Blumenthal is a fraud and should not be in the U.S. Senate. The Connecticut Democrat apologized over a decade ago for misstating his military history by saying that he served in Vietnam when he was never actually deployed there. In an interview with CNN, Blumenthal defended his past military service and clarified his past statements.
This allegation of 15 years ago has been really rejected by the voters of Connecticut 3 times, overwhelmingly re-electing me. But more to the point, I was honorably discharged as a sergeant from the United States Marine Corps. I served in the reserves, and I referred to my service in Vietnam on a handful, just a couple of occasions, rather than during Vietnam.
Trump says Blumenthal should be investigated and justice should be sought. The state is prepared to cover the $200,000 a day cost of a federal food aid program during the government shutdown. Governor Ned Lamont says the state is stepping up to make sure the program that supports over 50,000 women and children in the state is able to continue. Lamont anticipates that the federal government will reimburse Connecticut once the shutdown is over, but concedes that nothing is guaranteed.
Connecticut is one of the, sadly, very few states in the country stepping up, making sure you're a new mom, you got kids under the age of 5, an infant, we're taking care of you. And the WICC program will continue. We'll make sure it continues until the federal government gets its act together.
The WICC program will cost the state $6 million a month if the shutdown drags on. Mayor Joe Ganim and other Bridgeport City officials gathered yesterday to announce the Bridgeport Promise Initiative, a new scholarship available to high school seniors across the city. The program is being funded by $1.5 million by both the city and private investors. Interim Superintendent Dr. Royce Avery calls the initiative an investment in Bridgeport's future.
It removes financial barriers to college and higher education, and I think that's very important. And it really is a true investment to the city, the future of this great city of Bridgeport. It drives the educational growth and opportunity for every student within this district.
In addition to city officials, representatives from local colleges were also present, with the University of New Haven making a significant pledge to scholarship recipients.
The University of New Haven, I'm proud to say, is committed to all Promise students, a minimum of automatically 50% off of their tuition, plus any.
A New Jersey gubernatorial candidate is challenging Connecticut's status as the pizza capital of the United States. Hearst Media reported that Republican candidate Jack Ciattarelli was asked in a news conference about challenging Connecticut's claim to pizza superiority and responded, quote, "I'm going to get the president to issue an executive order that New Jersey is the official pizza and diner state." Ciattarelli is a fervent Trump supporter and has described himself as, quote, 100% MAGA. Both Connecticut and New Jersey boast a high Italian-American population, which has been one of several factors in the respective states' claim to having the best pizza in the country. And Dancing with the Stars Live is coming to Connecticut in early 2026 as part of a 74-date North American tour. Dancers from the popular TV show will perform at Mohegan Sun Arena in Uncasville on Friday, January 30th and Saturday, January 31st. Tickets go on sale tomorrow at 10 a.m. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Construction slowing down, especially on the Parkway. Southbound, very heavy New Canaan into Stamford. Left lane road work right near High Ridge and Long Ridge roads. Northbound, we have construction into Westport. That's getting a little bit better. Looks like they may be picking that up. Northbound at 95, patchy volume out of Stamford, heavy in through the Route 7 interchange. A little bit slow in through Westport. Southport, Route 8 looks good. South at 95, the construction cleared in New Haven. Still heavy, though, into the 91, 95 merge because of it. And southbound New Haven County on the Parkway, heavy with construction into the West Rock Tunnel. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, mainly clear and cool with a low in the upper 30s to low 40s. Friday, sunny with a high in the low 60s. Partly sunny Saturday with a high in the upper 60s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
If Bridgeport is talking about it, so is Paul. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
So I continue to try and figure this out. I really do. And I'm only left with the answer that it's okay, that the majority, and I know you're going to say, well, you're so partisan. You always mention the majority Democrats. Well, yeah, that's how it works in Hartford. If there's good legislation or thoughtful legislation in Hartford, and the Democratic majority in the House or Senate who win elections, I get it. But if people like Bob Duff and Martin Looney and Jason Rojas and Matt Ritter, if they don't want a law to even come up for discussion, it doesn't happen. And that's the power of incumbency, and that's the power of the majority. I'm not besmirching them for that. But you have to wonder, What is their thinking? You know, what is that famous civil rights phrase that's always tossed around here, and the anti-Trump people toss it all over now? Silence is complicity. You know, that, well, if you don't say anything, you're complicit, or if you don't do anything. All right. So I guess the Democratic majority in Hartford, they're complicit, I should say. So I guess they're complicit with the absentee ballot mess we have. I guess they're okay with it. They had an opportunity a few months ago to do something about it, and they got into a Kabuki Theater stare-down contest and did nothing. Nothing. Because they're okay with it. And now we have, apparently, according to Hearst, something, you know, quasi-similar as far as the funny business here, outlined allegedly with you know, maybe some sham marriages going on allegedly in Bridgeport and New Haven and Trumbull. And now come to find out there were 2 bills directly aimed at battling this that were supported by the Secretary of the State's office, probably because they know there's funny business going on. And what did the majority Democrats do here? Oh, they took some testimony, and the bill did not go forward. So for you people out there, many of you who call or write or text or whatever saying, oh, my God, why do you go on this bent? Because there are things that should be done in this state that simply aren't. Because they get in the way of some people's pet issues or some people's abilities to win elections over and over and over again. And it's frustrating to me, and I know it's frustrating to you as a citizen, to hear all the time about how smart we are in the state and how every governor, when they come and go, the conga line of governors in Hartford say, well, you know, we have as Governor Arrogant used to say there, Dan Below, we have Connecticut values. We may not have the money, but we have Connecticut values. Right? You know, that guy. Whew. Governor, how's the budget? It's fine. No, it's not. Your budget director says we're swimming in red ink. Loretta J., the head of the state's Justice of the Peace Association, said her association has backed tougher state regulations for that profession. It's not necessarily that we're looking for justices of the peace to be judge and jury as to who can get married. It's that we want a thoughtful process. What does that tell you? What does that tell you, folks, as to what is considered important and what is not considered important? You tell me. And please, I don't want to hear from anybody at the Capitol. Well, we only have so much time. Oh, we have all these pressing issues at the General Assembly. We don't have to. No. If it was important enough to you, like this half-ass housing bill that the governor vetoed once, that he probably doesn't want to see anything resembling it till after the election, if you can waste your time on that, then how about you waste a little time ensuring that we can cut down on maybe some sham marriages? But hey, who the heck am I? I'm just a guy with a little common sense here. What are your thoughts on this? 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. And by the way, if you work in an area town hall or a city hall, and you're a justice of the peace, or you know somebody who's a justice of the peace, or maybe there's somebody in your family's like that, and if they have mentioned to you, hey, there's some sham marriages going on in my town hall or city hall, let me know about that. Send me a text. You don't have to come on the air here in case somebody may recognize your voice and they may find you under a bus somewhere. But you can always text me. I won't mention names. I won't mention towns. I won't mention your number, but I will read what you send me at 203-333-9422, 333-9422, 333-WICC.
Do you truly understand the impact of taxes on your retirement savings? Would you like to keep more of your hard-earned money? Attend Bridge Life Financial's Taxes in Retirement event, October 14th or 16th at Il Palio in Shelton. It's a free workshop discussing real tax saving strategies. Click bridgelightadvisors.com and register.
This is Bill Levitt, president of Bridge Life Financial Advisors. We'll show you real tax savings on your savings.
Come to our next event at Il Palio in Shelton. Register today at bridgelightadvisors.com. bridgelightadvisors.com.
Fall is here, and so is the flavor you've been waiting for. Frank Pepe Pizzeria Napolitan's Patata Rustica Pizza is back. Baked on their legendary coal-fired crust, topped with mozzarella, seasoned potatoes, bacon, their 3-cheese blend, and a touch of pecorino romano. Finished with olive oil. It's comfort by the slice. Cozy up to fall today at any Frank Pepe Pizzeria Napolitan location. Frank Pepe Pizzeria Napolitan, celebrating 100 years of a beats. FrankPepePizzeria.com.
Hey, I'm Mike Slater. My dad passed away at the age of 63. It's out of nowhere. Had a stroke. Super hard, obviously, for the whole family, but my dad had life insurance. This is why I have life insurance for my family, for my wife and 4 kids. And the best place to get life insurance is ethos.com, because you can do it in 10 minutes. And there's no medical exam and no blood test, just a few health questions. Get life insurance in 10 minutes so your family is protected. Ethos, E-T-H-O-S, ethos.com/Mike.
Hey, Jen, you ready for a girls' night in?
Absolutely. A little wine, a little JTV.
Yes, I love jewelry television.
I'm obsessed with their Italian gold designs.
Me too. And their colored gemstone jewelry. So many different gemstones. Absolutely gorgeous. I shop on TV and online.
Right now, new customers receive 25% off their first purchase of $50 or more when they visit jtv.com/radio.
More wine?
Yes, and more JTV.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
Slowly but surely, construction wrapping up, especially on the Parkway. Southbound looks like they cleared the work into Stamford. Northbound patchy volume, Stamford, New Canaan. Looks like the work in Westport cleared too, a little bit slow. 41, the old 41, 42. Fairfield side, not too bad. Into the valley, Route 8 looks good. 95 on the slower side out of Stamford and through Norwalk. Not too bad. Westport, Fairfield. And New Haven County still have the construction on the Parkway by the tunnel, and again, 95 into Long Wharf. Tom Colangelo, WICC traffic.
Clear and quite chilly this evening and overnight, with a low in the upper 30s to near 40. Friday, sunny and cool, the high in the low 60s. Saturday, partly sunny with a high in the upper 60s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Connecticut has a lot of problems. Here's the man who will solve them. Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli. WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
And by the way, I just feel it necessary for me to mention this. This should not be an indictment of all justices of the peace. Like I said, I have a former radio person who I used to work with years ago up in Hartford, and she's a justice of the peace. Now, I don't know if that's the only thing she's doing or she may be doing something else, but she's a justice of the peace. And by all indications, she is incredibly above board. She puts photos of the people that she married. You can just tell. These are not, migrant quickies here. So if you're a justice of the peace out there and you're saying, geez, he's talking about us like we're Satan, no, I don't mean to do that. In fact, I know that you guys and gals probably see stuff. You have developed, I'm sure, as a justice of the peace, kind of an internal sixth sense of what's a legitimate marriage and what's not. It even says that in the 2 Hearst stories we have yesterday and today, that there are a lot of justices of the peace who don't know the exact intricacies of a relationship, quote unquote, between 2 people, but they can tell. I mean, come on. They can tell. And again, this text I got yesterday relating to somebody who was Rob Sampson, who said he had justices of the peace anecdotally in his district, the 16th State Senate district, saying that he was hearing the thing about basically doing a conga line of marriages and sharing of wedding rings. Hey, nothing says, an honest marriage like sharing wedding rings, getting people off a small bus and sharing wedding rings. Yeah, that's something you want to do, right? 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Once again, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Another text just came in. Hi, Paul. How can they assure there's no child trafficking? Many poor countries don't issue birth certificates. Think of being a young female forced to marry some creep. There should be outrage. Well, yeah, I agree. There should be outrage. And, there should be some more action about this. But apparently there isn't. We have our own Secretary of the State looking into this, and even her claims of wanting something to happen are falling on deaf ears. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. It's mind-boggling. It is. It is. It's mind-boggling. But again, when you have the elected power that you do, you don't have to care. And I guess it's okay that you have, justices of the peace in your own district, some people would say, who say, listen, I've seen there's no law against, I guess there's no law against 5 couples using the same wedding rings. Hey, who doesn't do that, right? Come on. When you folks got married out there, how many years ago, didn't you just put on and take off the wedding rings after you got it from the couple in front of you? You used it and then you passed it on. It's almost like, what was the name of that game we used to play? Oh, remember that? Remember the Wonder Ball? Maybe these couples are just adapting the Wonder Ball and doing it for illegal migrant marriages. Remember how we used to go, the Wonder Ball goes round and round. To catch it quickly or to pass it quickly, you are bound. And then how the rest of it go? If you're the one to hold it last, the game for you is surely past. You are out. And there's ICE knocking at your door. I'm just kidding. Calm down. My God, it's all a joke. Oh, man. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Bob in Trumbull is here. Bob, how are you, sir?
Oh, living the nightmare, Reverend Paul.
Yeah.
But after yesterday's sermon, talking about these sham marriages, I actually called somebody in Trumbull to find out who's doing it.
All right. Well, yeah, but be careful. We don't need names.
Who happens to be a justice of the peace himself.
Okay.
Or herself. I'm not going to say who it might be.
No.
But he wouldn't give me the name of who it could be. But I think the justices of the peace should have to take, like, ethics courses every 3 years, like CPAs and attorneys.
Bob, this is what was in those 2 bills that I mentioned that Hearst had mentioned in their story. They're 2 House bills that even the state justice of the peace governing body says are a good idea. And the bills had testimony. The Secretary of the State testified on them. I guess she's in favor of them, yet they never get called for a vote. I wonder why.
Yeah, well, because they don't have any ethics.
Well,
that could be. But we could extrapolate my idea with the ICE buses and put them in front of the town halls where these sham marriages are going on. Well,
what we could do, and Bob, thank you for the call. We could have We could have. See, this is the way I think. Let's take Bob's, as he says, let's extrapolate, as Bob said, big word there. And then, why? You know what I would love to see happen? See, now I would do this. This would get me in trouble. This is why I can never be a city or a town official. I would set up 2 lines at a city or town hall. Now, how do you think this would work? What do you think? How do you think this would go over? So here's what you do. You have one of those, the velvet ropes, those thick ropes, like you see them still in movie theaters. I guess they're from days, bygone days, right? The velvet rope with the hook on the end, red velvet, white velvet, whatever it is, to separate people. What do you think of this? Chris, what do you think of this idea? We put up 2 signs in every city or town hall, and then we have a velvet rope running down the middle of those 2 signs. On one side, we put real, honest-to-goodness, deeply in love marriages. Put a sign up there. And the other side, we put sham marriages. Sham green card marriages. Do you think anybody would be dumb enough to not go in column A on the left and actually say, oh, sham, we're having a sham marriage, aren't we? Why don't we go there? What do you think? How about that, huh?
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Slowly but surely, construction wrapping up, especially on the Parkway. Southbound looks like they cleared the work into Stamford. Northbound patchy volume, Stamford, New Canaan. Looks like the work in Westport cleared too, a little bit slow. 41, the old 41, 42. Fairfield side, not too bad. Into the valley, Route 8 looks good. 95 on the slower side out of Stamford and through Norwalk. Not too bad. Westport, Fairfield. And New Haven County still have the construction on the Parkway by the tunnel, and again, 95 into Long Wharf. Tom Colangelo, WICC traffic.
For this evening and tonight, mainly clear and cool with a low in the upper 30s to low 40s. Friday, sunny with a high in the low 60s. Partly sunny Saturday with a high in the upper 60s. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
Who picks Post University? People who pick Post are people who believe in themselves and their potential. Post people want a school that helps them succeed on their terms, on their budget, and on their schedule. They want on-campus activities and online flexibility. Most of all, they want an education that could help prepare them for success in over 50 fields. Because when you're an Eagle, the sky's the limit. Are you a Post person? Find out now at post.edu.
This is the sound of captivity. This is the sound of rescue. And this is the sound of freedom. Give Armenia's captive bears a second chance by supporting International Animal Rescue. Call 508-826-1083 or search The Great Bear Rescue to learn more.
Back to the news and talk. Thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut. WICC's 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli.
Talk or text to same number, 203-333-9422, 333 WICC. So another, if you haven't seen both parts of it, check it out in the Hearst properties, one yesterday, one today, with the problems with, now I guess a growing problem with sham marriages in the state here. I guess Bridgeport is seeing a rash of them now. They've happened in New Haven. There are rumors in Trumbull. Somebody writes in, you can always text us at 203-333-9422. The problem, this person says, is more the chain of blue city town clerks willfully looking away from suspicious license applications, this person writes. They're told reporting suspicions is a fireable offense. Justices of the peace are just doing what is allowed. And yeah, to that point, we saw what happened to that woman in New Haven. I think her name was Patricia Clark. Don't hold me on that. I could be wrong on that. But she raised the red flag in New Haven about a year and a half ago. And all the leftists that run now the city of my birth, the beautiful city of Elms in New Haven, they came down on her like a ton of bricks, and I guess she took a retirement or whatever. Now, I would have sued the daylights out of them, but maybe she wasn't up for that. But yeah, listen. This state worships at the altar of illegal immigrants. Again, like I said, for a lot of people in this state, illegals are up there at the same level with Jesus H. Christ.
WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Cammie McCormick. President Trump is hailing the agreement to end the fighting in Gaza and says he'll travel to the region to seal the deal.
We ended the war in Gaza and really, on a much bigger basis, created peace. And I think it's going to be a lasting peace, hopefully an everlasting peace. Peace in the Middle East. We secured the release of all of the remaining hostages, and they should be released on Monday or Tuesday.
Reporter Robert Berger in Jerusalem says once that happens, there will be some relief for Palestinians in Gaza.
When the hostages are released, which is expected early next week, I think we will see a huge surge in a humanitarian aid. That's part of the deal. Hundreds of coming across the border. There's already plans to do that. We have in that.
Complicated.
Palestinian politics and who will govern Gaza, but all of that will come later.
Votes in the Senate today failed to end the government shutdown, and there are more delays at airports due to air traffic controllers calling in sick. Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy on Fox Business Network said those who do so frequently could be dismissed.
We're also looking at if we have a continual small subset of controllers that don't show up to work and they're the problem children. Listen, we need more controllers, but we need the best and the brightest, the dedicated controllers.
Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem said today they're purchasing more buildings in Chicago to work out of. Federal agents will double down, she says.
If we have to do it the hard way in Portland and Chicago, we will.
Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker.
We expect the president to follow the law. Do I also expect that they will push the law to its absolute limit, maybe even stepping over the line? Yes, and we will push back.
There's been another court hearing on Portland, as Heather Roberts reports.
Arguing for President Trump, Eric MacArthur again claimed only troops can protect Portland's ICE building.
For months, the ICE facility in Portland and the federal law enforcement officers who work there have faced a steady stream of violence, threats of violence, and harassment from violent agitators bent on impeding federal immigration enforcement.
Oregon's attorney argued violence in June was dealt with by local law enforcement. The justices said they would respond as quickly as they're able.
Checking the numbers on Wall Street at this hour, stocks have been lower all day. The Dow Jones Industrials are currently off 314 points. This is CBS News.
Sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Take the next step forward in your career with great benefits and an award-winning workplace. Apply at careers.progressive.com.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MediShare. Maybe you've heard joining MediShare can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. MediShare works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills.
No part of your home is more important than the roof over your head. Hi, I'm Eddie Griffin, the owner of Brown Roofing, your local expert for roof replacement and roof repair. Water resistant, weather resistant, wind resistant, our products offer superior protection that come with a 50-year lifetime transferable warranty. Call us today at 475-445-1195 or visit us at brownroofing600.com. Brown won't let you down.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
A juvenile who police say was seen walking on a Fairfield road with a toy gun has been arrested. Police say the unidentified 16-year-old boy was found by officers on Monday after they received reports of a person with a gun on Kings Highway. Police determined the boy was carrying a toy gun that had been painted black. The juvenile is charged with brandishing a facsimile firearm and breach of peace. There is a freeze warning for most of Connecticut from 11 o'clock tonight to 9 a.m. tomorrow. According to the National Weather Service, overnight temperatures could approach record lows for the date. Precautions should be taken as freeze conditions can kill crops, other sensitive vegetation, and potentially damage outdoor plumbing. And a Bridgeport woman has been sentenced to spend 6 years in prison for trafficking 3 minors for prostitution. Prosecutors say Teresa Martinez arranged for the minors to be transported from Bridgeport to a hotel in Norwalk to engage in prostitution. All 3 minors were under the age of 18 at the time, and one was younger than 16 years old. Charges are still pending against a co-defendant in the case. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Parkway picking up a lot of volume out of Stamford up through New Canaan. Not too bad into Westport. The construction cleared. Fairfield side, for the most part, it's not too bad. 95, slightly better. We have some delays out of Stamford, busy into Norwalk. And we'll call Apache volume. Westport up into Fairfield. Route 8's not too bad into the valley. Busy off the Milford Connector getting on to the Parkway. And construction clear New Haven County on both 95 and the Parkway. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
Clear and quite chilly this evening and overnight, with a low in the upper 30s to near 40. Friday, sunny and cool, the high in the low 60s. Saturday, partly sunny with a high in the upper 60s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, 203-333-9422, 333 WICC. Good to have you with us. A lot more coming up later on today. We will be talking to our buddy, our pal, Mike O'Neill from the Landmark Legal Foundation. We have a lot of U.S. Supreme Court cases that are up and underway here for the new term, and how might some of those cases affect people here in Connecticut. So we'll talk about that with Mike O'Neill coming up in the next hour and change. 203-333-9422, 333 WICC. First part of the show, did another hour here or so on this excellent series so far that the Connecticut Post is doing, Hearst Connecticut Media. Yesterday, the initial part of this series, talking about suspicions centering around some folks whose names you may recognize, including Wanda Jeter Pataki. There are allegations, or at least a mention by Hearst yesterday, that she may be doing, again, this is all innocent till proven guilty, and allegations here, but she and a few other people who are registered as justices of the peace in to and through Connecticut and Bridgeport, they may be, again, this is nothing proven for sure, because these cases do take investigation. But the eyebrows were certainly raised all across the state with the thinking of possibly you might end up having a scenario here of some sham marriages, which, again, has probably gone on since year one or the year dot. But you may have sham marriages here, as she was suspected of taking part in New Haven about a year and a half ago. So is that happening here? And now 2 more. And I know people are like, well, what are you talking about this before? Because it's a big story, Gunga did, and that's why. Couple of more stories here in Hearst. For migrants, sham marriages are a cardinal sin with devastating consequences. Well, then maybe don't engage in them. And then Hearst today, no one oversees Connecticut's justices of the peace. Critics say that has to change. Well, yeah, but guess what happened? There were a couple of bills in Hartford to change it, and nobody did anything about it. I'm shocked. Why do you think? Maybe because they want it to continue. Just the way there are some people in Bridgeport and there are some people in Connecticut that want the abuse of absentee ballots to continue. Well, how do you know that, Paul? How do I know? Because they're not doing anything about it. That's how I know. You know, progressives always love, they love to roll out this phrase of, what do they say? Silence is complicity. Oh, inaction is complicity. Okay, well, yeah, it is. We had 2 days of Kabuki theater a couple of last June when, you've got Democrats staring each other down about whether or not to vote against this bill that would have, in essence, put some teeth into absentee ballot prosecutions. No, you do it. No, you do it first. No, you got to do it in the House first. And again, nothing happened. Why? Because they don't want it to happen. Just apparently now, kudos to Hearst for pointing this out, that there have been bills to try and, crack down on these suspected sham marriages, and nothing has been done. Why? Why? Because they want it to continue. That's why. This is not rocket science. When you don't when you don't prevent something, you're okay with it. But I know what's going to happen if I ask any legislator about the Justice of the Peace bills. Oh, that would be disenfranchising someone. How do we know they're not deeply in love? If they were in love, they wouldn't be using the same set of wedding rings that the 2 people in front of them used and the 4 people in back of them are going to use who get off the bus. We're not that dumb. Dave in Brantford's here. Dave, how are you?
Yeah, how are you? At risk of beating a dead horse.
Go ahead.
We did this
Go ahead.
But I'm glad you did it again. It is Justin Elliker. That guy is guilty of extortion.
Yeah.
That Patricia Clark was going to get fired.
Yeah.
She was suspended. They appointed a commission or a group to look into her allegations.
Yeah.
All of which were proven true.
Yes.
The people that they saw more than once in the same week getting married to a different person.
And she gets in trouble because she says there's something wrong here. Because as you say, Dave, my hometown is ruled by leftists. But continue, please.
Couples that didn't even seem to know each other or each other's names or where they were born. The sharing of the rings. In my town, which had the same problem, they saw the buses coming in.
Buses.
There'd be several small buses, the 12 or 15-man buses.
Yeah.
They were all Spanish speakers.
Shocking.
They would have a single person who looked like the handler, who did all the communications with the town clerk, telling them what they should do, what's legal and what isn't. They kind of buffaloed them into accepting less than full identification.
Yeah.
My town solved the problem by saying you have to make an appointment to get a marriage license, so you can't just roll up with the bus. It solved it completely. My town was no longer a destination.
Yeah.
But the point is, Elliker had an executive order that no employee of the city of New Haven could cooperate with the authorities in these matters, and that's what Pat Clark violated.
Yeah.
She didn't break any rules.
No.
And so she reported to the Board of Health, which is apparently where you're supposed to report these things. What did they do with these verified documentation that Pat Clark submitted to them? Did they even look into any of them? And the answer is, of course they did.
Of course not. Of course they didn't.
What you're saying, you're not sure if the marriage fraud is fraud. if you don't love each other or you're doing it to be an immigrant.
Yeah.
Well, you know what? If you give inaccurate information or you've gotten married to 5 different partners this month, that's clearly fraud.
You think?
And they're not even looking into it.
No.
We should be, you know what? You can't say it often enough. Justin Ellicker is the criminal. What he is ordering to happen in his city. And I would go easy on the JPs. They're like the drug dealers. If the cops aren't arresting anyone for selling drugs on the street, the drug dealers do it.
And
that's essentially that's what Wanda Jeter Pataki's doing.
All right, Dave.
And again, she's a serial government rule violator.
Well,
we need to find a special place to put her in a padlock and point at her and say, don't be like this woman. Thanks for letting me on.
Thanks,
again.
Dave.
Bye.
Appreciate it. Hey, it's mind-boggling. She got caught for the same thing in New Haven. And it goes on and on and on. And Dave is right. I'm not training my fire at the JPs. Because if anything, it says in her story today, the JPs, the justices of the peace, they know when something's not right. Come on. You do something 5 days a week for 5 or 10 years or 15 years, you can tell. Come on. They get them off the bus and they go in there and they all use the same wedding rings. Come on. And some cities allow this? Get out of here. My God. But yet, the Democratic majority in Hartford did nothing on 2 bills that were sitting there that the justices of the peace said we need, and they didn't do anything, taking a cue from the way they handle absentee ballots.
Getting through your work week is tough, but the weekend means one thing: football. And all the best action is heard live on WICC. Every Sunday at 11, the Rudin Report presents Sunday Morning Quarterback, recapping the week of high school football. Then at 12:30, it's time to go pro with the NFL and the Duchess Restaurant's doubleheader, because Sundays are made for football. Every week this season on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Selling your home is a numbers game. The more potential buyers who see it, the greater the opportunity to sell. And when your home is listed on Smart MLS, more than 21,000 realtors see it, and so do all their buyers. Suddenly, the number of people looking at your home starts to grow by a lot. More realtors sharing your listing. More people seeing your home, more offers coming in, and maybe more cash in your pocket. Smart move, right? Ask your realtor, is my house on Smart MLS? Smart MLS, the smart way to sell your home.
Sometimes the most important personal breakthroughs are made possible by medical ones. And that's why Yale New Haven Health's Heart and Vascular Center delivers the pioneering science of Yale School of Medicine, like groundbreaking research that helped redefine the international guidelines for treating heart failure, and a new procedure to detect coronary microvascular disease, often misdiagnosed in women. Yale New Haven Health and Yale School of Medicine. Together, we're powering breakthroughs with the greatest of care.
Hey, it's Melissa Sheketoff from Melissa in the Morning on the Voice of Connecticut, and I'd love for you to join me November 6th at UConn Stanford for the Reputation Made event. Discover how shifting news cycles, influencers, and the demand for authenticity are reshaping how brands and leaders earn attention today. You'll hear from inspiring business leaders like Stu Leonard Jr., meet one-on-one with state leaders, and connect with some of the brightest minds in our state. Get your tickets now at connecticut-made.com. Join us and be part of what gets made.
For quick and convenient care, visit Hartford Healthcare Urgent Care today. From cold and flu symptoms, routine immunizations, physical exams, and even x-rays, our urgent care locations are open 7 days a week to fit your busy schedule. With 9 locations across Fairfield County, it's easy to find an office nearest your home, work, or school. Walk in today for same-day appointment or visit hartfordhealthcareurgentcare.org to find a location and save your spot online.
Save more on heating costs this winter with better value and better heating services from Hoffman Energy.
Switch now and get $125 free heating oil. With local 24/7 service in any weather, a monthly budget plan, and service plan options, Hoffman Energy has everything you need to stay warm, save, and enjoy a worry-free winter. Use propane? We've got you covered too. Ask about our special offers. Get your $125 free heating oil now. Visit HoffmanEnergy.com or call 877-359-0623 today.
It's Duchess Restaurants. It's fresh, made to order, and it's what makes Duchess food so good. Duchess Restaurants has so many choices for breakfast. Bacon, egg, and cheese. On a hard roll, wrap, whole wheat toast, any way you'd like it. Or a big D breakfast with 2 pancakes, 2 eggs, and bacon, ham, or sausage. You can't go wrong with one of Duchess Restaurants' many items, including breakfast platters, sandwiches, muffins, bagels, and more. All of Duchess's menu items are made to order, adding to their fresh flavor. You gotta eat breakfast at Duchess. Go to GoDuchess.com for the one nearest you. Duchess Restaurants. Fresh food, served fast.
You're listening to WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut, broadcasting from Cadillac of Greenwich Studios, CadillacofGreenwich.com.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
Already a very heavy ride on the Parkway northbound from Stamford up through New Canaan. Not too bad into Westport. Still slow into the old 4142. Fairfield side building from the Fairfield Rest up through the Trumbull Mall. 95 slightly better out of Stamford up through Norwalk. Patchy volume now Westport, Southport. Route 8 northbound still very busy into the Commodore Hull Bridge. If you're looking to buy or sell gold, visit M.J. Thomas Jewelers in Stratford for expert service and great deals. Their knowledgeable staff is there to assist you for all your gold needs. For more information, visit mjthomas.com. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, mainly clear and cool with a low in the upper 30s to low 40s. Friday, sunny with a high in the low 60s. Partly sunny Saturday with a high in the upper 60s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
He'll tell you what's really going on. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on the voice of Connecticut, WICC 600 and 95.9.
And I want to hear from you, justices of the peace. I'm not blaming you. In fact, I'm glad that Hearst has done, one story yesterday, 2 more today. Maybe there's one coming tomorrow. I don't know, but a good deep dive, including the writing of one of the friends of the program here, Brian Lockhart, who was on with us a couple of years back on a semi-regular basis, talking about these alleged, now again, love is strange. They could just walk up to somebody on the street, hey, I love you, good, let's go to Bridgeport Town Hall and get married. But, the justices of the peace are in the middle of this. And by the way, I am getting some messages on the text side from the justices of the peace saying, hey, here's the reality, but please don't say this on the air because somebody can figure out who it is. But if you want to, if you're a JP and you've been looking to just vent to somebody, please, by all means, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Talk or text. Jose is here. Jose, any fraud marriages in Sheldon you can tell me about?
No. Up here in Shelton, we're all madly in love with our spouses.
No,
everything in Shelton is legit.
Everything's above board, or our buddy Mayor Loretti, he'd make sure it gets straightened out, right?
Yeah, over here is we don't need ice. We're all good. But anyway,
yeah,
this is like a no ice-free zone.
Ice-free zone, huh? Yeah.
But anyway,
yeah.
Paul.
Yeah.
The other day I was talking to you about the government being shut down.
Yeah.
Now, I just came from South Carolina, beautiful South Carolina.
Yeah.
And, TSA, the lines, I went right by because it's a small airport.
Yeah.
But they're saying all the air traffic controllers ain't working.
Yeah.
TSA, I got the remedy.
What's the remedy?
I was telling you before, and you kind of dismissed me and hung up on me.
Yeah.
All the Republican senators got to do.
Yeah.
I researched this.
Yeah.
They have no idea.
Yeah.
All they got to do is change. I repeat.
Jose, they're not going to do that. They're not going to do it. They're not.
But they could do it.
Yeah, but they don't want to because you know why? Because they know that they
speak. They have the power to do it.
But they're not going to do it, Jose.
And
of course, not? Because they know. And Jose, thank you for the call. Let me go over this again very carefully. They know that Schumer didn't want to do this. He was forced into it. And now there's people writing about this. Schumer said, let's keep the government open, and then we have a month and a half to pound the crap out of them on these Affordable Care Act subsidies. But now there's more and more reports out there that say that he's getting a little scared by a possible primary bid from AOC. If she doesn't run for the White House in 2028, she may run next year for the Senate. And apparently she went to him, or they're saying, the far left wing of the party is saying, hey, and he apparently, from what I'm reading, is trying to say, no, there's a better way to do this. We can't shut the government down because Trump's not going to care, but they forced him into doing this. Jose, you are correct. Yes, of course they can change the filibuster rules. In what universe do you think that's going to happen? It's not. Because Trump is telling them, don't you dare change the filibuster rules. And you know what's hurting the Democrats? 3 pretty prominent Democrats keep voting with Republicans on this. John Fetterman, who thinks his party is nuts. Catherine Cortez Masto out of, I think, Nevada. And Angus King. I love a guy named Angus. Angus King in the great state of Maine. There's 3 Democrats there. Well, King is not a Democrat. He caucuses with the Democrats. But, so you've got some Democrats agreeing with Republicans that, yeah, we may not like this Affordable Care Act business, but you can't shut the government down on this. Real quick, before we go to the break here, Tim, hang on. We'll be with you. We'll leave you plenty of time, Tim. I promise. Lori in Trumbull is here. Lori, how are you? What's up?
I am okay.
Yeah.
I actually left the town of Trumbull.
Okay.
And is this being aired right now?
Oh, yeah. Do you not want it aired? I will put you back on hold and we can speak privately.
Yeah, privately.
Okay, we'll do that, Lori. No problem. All right. I'm going to speak privately with Lori right now, and we shall depart and come back after traffic and weather together and news on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Already a very heavy ride on the Parkway northbound from Stamford up through New Canaan. Not too bad into Westport. Still slow into the old 4142. Fairfield side building from the Fairfield Rest up through the Trumbull Mall. 95 slightly better out of Stamford up through Norwalk. Patchy volume now Westport, Southport. Route 8 northbound still very busy into the Commodore Hull Bridge. If you're looking to buy or sell gold, visit M.J. Thomas Jewelers in Stratford for expert service and great deals. Their knowledgeable staff is there to assist you for all your gold needs. For more information, visit mjthomas.com. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
Clear and quite chilly this evening and overnight with a low in the upper 30s to near 40. Friday, sunny and cool, the high and low 60s. Saturday, partly sunny with a high in the upper 60s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Repair your car with confidence at Sono Collision, Fairfield County's premier destination for top-notch collision repairs. Our expert team uses state-of-the-art equipment to restore your vehicle to pre-loss perfection. We prioritize your family's safety when it comes to fixing your car. Trust the care and precision of Sono Collision. Because after a collision, you deserve quality repairs and peace of mind. Visit us today at sonocollision.com. That's sonocollision.com. Your car will thank you.
Hello, Fairfield County. You're invited to enjoy the R.D. Cinto Free Community Shakespeare Event Series at R.D. Cinto in Shelton. Nights with Shakespeare features a dramatic weekly play reading of The Winter's Tale with actor Leo Schaff. Nights with Shakespeare is free and open to the public. It's every Tuesday at 6:30, now through December 16th at the Cinto Auditorium at 3 Corporate Drive in Shelton. Learn more and attend. Go to nightswithshakespeare.com for more info.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-859-3220. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 to 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-859-3220. That's 800-859-3220 for $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-859-3220. 800-859-3220.
Experience the range-topping, dual-motor, all-wheel drive sophistication of the Cadillac Lyriq at Cadillac of Greenwich. The Lyriq is the first American car to win the German Car of the Year and offers undeniable style and uncompromising comfort. Or experience the first Lyriq V, the fastest production Cadillac ever produced. Arrive in style with this pinnacle of modern automotive excellence. Visit CadillacofGreenwich.com today and elevate your driving experience with the iconic 2025 Cadillac Lyriq.
Selling your home is a big decision. You deserve someone who truly listens and picks up the phone when you call. I'm Jonathan Carbeauty with Carbeauty Real Estate, and we make real estate simple. Whether you're ready to sell, just exploring your options, or even want a cash offer on your property, call me directly at 203-980-6886. No pressure, just real results.
Sell your home smoothly when you call Carbeauty. Go to CarBeautyRealEstate.com.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News special report. The head of Hamas in Gaza says his group has received assurances from mediators and the U.S. that the war there has ended. At the White House a short while ago, President Trump said hostages could be released in just a few days.
That'll be a day of joy. I'm going to try and make a trip over. We're going to try and get over there. And we're working on the timing, the exact timing. We're going to go to Egypt, where we'll have a signing.
Edward Ahmed Mitchell is with the Council on American Islamic Relations.
President Trump has made it clear he does not want this violence to restart. He is personally invested in securing this peace deal, and he wants it to go all the way through. So we're cautiously optimistic, but still wary.
There are still a lot of questions about how Hamas will disarm and who will govern Gaza. Aid trucks, meanwhile, are waiting near crossings to enter the territory. CBS News Special Report, I'm Cammie McCormick.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
A Norwalk vape shop owner has been cited with selling marijuana from his store without a license. Norwalk police say a 26-year-old man from the Bronx, New York, is the first shop owner cited under a new city ordinance. Police say a search of the R&R convenience store on Main Street last month revealed over a pound of marijuana products that include flour, edibles, and pre-rolled joints. The ordinance allows for a $250 fine for the first offense, which was issued to the store's owner. President Trump is calling for an investigation into Connecticut Democratic Senator Richard Blumenthal over his false claims to have served in Vietnam years ago. Trump posted on social media that Blumenthal is a fraud and should not be in the U.S. Senate. The Connecticut Democrat apologized over a decade ago for misstating his military history by saying that he served in Vietnam when he never was actually deployed there. In an interview with CNN, Blumenthal defended his past military service and clarified his past statements.
This allegation of 15 years ago has been really rejected by the voters of Connecticut 3 times, overwhelmingly re-electing me. But more to the point, I was honorably discharged as a sergeant from the United States Marine Corps. I served in the reserves, and I referred to my service in Vietnam on a handful, just a couple of occasions, rather than during Vietnam.
Trump says Blumenthal should be investigated and justice should be sought. A contractor testified that former state deputy budget director Costa Diamantis created an atmosphere of fear in running the state school construction office. Diamantis is on trial for federal charges accusing him of bribery and extortion in managing the school construction grant program. Antoinetta Roy, with construction advocacy professionals, testified that her company landed large contracts after she hired a daughter of Diamantis. She conceded under cross-examination that Diamantis never directly asked her to hire his daughter. Testimony continued today in Bridgeport federal court. A New Jersey gubernatorial candidate is challenging Connecticut's status as the pizza capital of the United States. Hearst Media reported that Republican candidate Jack Ciattarelli was asked in a news conference about challenging Connecticut's claim to pizza superiority and responded, quote, "I'm going to get the president to issue an executive order that New Jersey is the official pizza and diner state." Ciattarelli is a fervent Trump supporter and has described himself as, quote, 100% MAGA. Both Connecticut and New Jersey boast a high Italian-American population, which has been one of several factors in the respective states' claim to having the best pizza in the country. Mayor Joe Ganim and other Bridgeport city officials gathered yesterday to announce the Bridgeport Promise Initiative, a new scholarship available to high school seniors across the city. The program is being funded by $1.5 million by both the city and private investors. Interim Superintendent Dr. Royce Avery calls the initiative an investment in Bridgeport's future.
It removes financial barriers to college and higher education, and I think that's very important. And it really is a true investment to the city, the future of this great city of Bridgeport. It drives the educational growth and opportunities for every student within this district.
In addition to city officials, representatives from local colleges were also present, with the University of New Haven making a significant pledge to scholarship recipients.
The University of New Haven, I'm proud to say, is committed to all Promise students, a minimum of automatically 50% off of their tuition, plus any.
And the state is prepared to cover the $200,000 a day cost of a federal food aid program during the government shutdown. Governor Ned Lamont says the state is stepping up to make sure the program that supports over 50,000 women and children in the state is able to continue. Lamont anticipates that the federal government will reimburse Connecticut once the shutdown is over, but concedes that nothing is guaranteed.
Connecticut is one of the, sadly, very few states in the country stepping up, making sure you're a new mom, you got kids under the age of 5, an infant, we're taking care of you. And the WICC program will continue, and we'll make sure it continues until the federal government gets its act together.
The WICC program will cost the state $6 million a month if the shutdown drags on. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Parkway northbound with heavy waves out of Stamford. It's about 25 minutes to go. Stamford getting up into Norwalk, and then a half hour Norwalk to Bridgeport. Heavy around the Fairfield side now. Northbound at 95, hit or miss company through Darien. Southbound busy through Norwalk. Northbound building as you make your way Westport, Southport, Fairfield, Route 8, still with some company into the Commodore Hull Bridge. New Haven County, busy pockets on 95. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, mainly clear and cool with a low in the upper 30s to low 40s. Friday, sunny with a high in the low 60s. Partly sunny Saturday with a high in the upper 60s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
If Milford is talking about it, so is Paul. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All righty, back with you here. You know the number. Talk or text to 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. And again, if you have any suspicions that there might be some, I don't want to say, maybe people actually do love each other. But if there's stuff going on in your town, let me know. You can text it in. You don't have to give me your name or anything or where you're from, saying, hey, got a text here. Hey, Paul, people do not get instant status in the country when they get married. They still pardon me, have to go through immigration. That is true, and that is pointed out here in this her story here. But they do note in the story yesterday the volume of marriages, especially those between a citizen and a non-citizen, could increase the likelihood that some of these marriages were shams intended solely to obtain an immigration benefit. Now, again, yes, and they do the separate interviews if there are people saying, hey, these two aren't really married because they care about each other. This was an effort to just get somebody and get a foothold in the somebody got paid off here. We had that caller, Ephraim, our friend from Down County way, who called in saying he was offered, once, 10 or 15 grand to get married to a woman there, to get her in the country. Now, he, of course, said, no, me, I would have said 15. What's she look like? Give me 20 and it's done. It's a joke. Relax. My God, even for 20 grand, I would never do something like that. Now, if you start waving 30 or 40 grand, that's a different story. Tim in Hamden's here. Tim, good afternoon. How are you?
I'll take the 20.
Oh, you will?
And stuff.
Well,
it
depends what
it's fine.
Hey, Tim, what does she look like and what kind of car does she drive? That's all I want to know. That's all I care.
There are always paper bags. Anyway,
yeah.
Oh, God. Anyway, I was going to, I'm glad that the shoreline is protected from the buses that are apparently lining up. Old Saybrook now is, they've got buses and buses lined up with illegal aliens trying to get in and get married. So, Old Saybrook, you're next.
No.
Okay?
Oh, yeah. Well, but listen. All Dave said was, isn't it odd, Tim? He said it stopped when they said you had to wait 24 hours. Isn't that interesting?
That's true. And apparently he knows exactly that Justin is still continuing in New Haven.
Yeah,
okay, right.
Yeah.
Well, it's all, he's a commie. So what do you expect?
Now,
listen, could we, a couple of other things.
Sure.
Could we give Trump the Nobel Peace Prize, okay? If he resigns, okay? He can have that.
Not happening.
And he can, like, I don't know, whatever, the other ones get like $1 million or something like that.
Yeah.
Could be chump trade. I just want to join, the governor of Illinois and Blumenthal and be on his enemy list, and stuff. So we've got
Tim,
to
I would guess if you rode into the White House knowing him, he may actually send you back like a signed thing. I hereby declare that you're on my enemies list. God bless America, Donald J. Trump.
On the serious side about health care, of course, and I've been a big, when you got Marjorie Taylor Greene switching over and stuff, because she is saying this, folks, you really need to listen to this. She and others are saying that your premiums are going to double next year. Double. Okay. So all you Republicans can sit there, it's the illegal aliens. We need support, and everything like that. Just because some people are getting some bandages at the emergency room, that does not mean that, tons of money are going to illegal aliens at the expense of U.S. taxpayers. Again, we don't have a president or a Republican Congress or anybody else that wants to do something about, the medical problems in this country, fixing the healthcare system.
And Tim, you've heard me say it for years, from back in my Hartford days. Shut up with the Obamacare is so bad. If it's so bad, and many people think it is, what's your idea? I keep telling the Republicans, what is your... Give us a plan. If you think this is so bad, get some good brains together and figure out something better, because they're all talk and no action on this.
Well, it was Trump who, he wanted to repeal the thing first with no plan to replace it, and then said, Who knew that it was so complicated? Yeah, everybody, so, but instead he's whacking out at 3:00 in the morning, worrying about Blumenthal and, the mistake. And, that was, by the way, I've heard a lot of people who are in the service who did not go to Vietnam, but they use the Vietnam era and all that sort of stuff as a reference and stuff to the time that they served and stuff. So you're going to kick him out of the Senate? You're going to arrest the governor of Illinois? There were thousands of people, by the way. Yeah. You saw it in Chicago last night. Yeah. In the streets. So
we'll see.
Can do this. Okay, have a good one.
Oh, Tim, before you go somewhere, can you go down to Town Hall in Hamden? I don't know how close you are to Hamden Center there, and just hang out in the back. Give me an eyewitness report on any, if you think there's some ne'er-do-wells there getting married, let me know about it.
Right now, there are so many ne'er-do-wells who are running for office, and stuff. The people, and it's like, why are you on this petition but not on this petition? All
right.
And, so that's what we got out in.
All right, Tim, thanks. Appreciate it. Tim in Hamden there. Watching, he is right. Boy, I don't know how many of you people are, you people in Hamden. First the mayor's running, then she isn't running. Then they had a primary with about 37 candidates. Then the state comes in and says, your finances are pretty bad. And the mayor, who, by the way, is not running again, saying, well, no, they're not really that bad. What?
Did you know tens of thousands of mothers, fathers, children, and seniors right here in Southern Connecticut face food insecurity? Moms going without so they can feed their children? That's why the Bridgeport Rescue Mission is relaunching their mobile kitchen, so they can deliver fresh hot meals directly into our streets and communities that need it most. Please help the relaunch of the Bridgeport Rescue Mission's mobile kitchens. Give today to bridgeportrescuemission.org, because no child, no senior, no human should ever go hungry.
Hi, this is Leo Carl from Carl Chevrolet in New Canaan. Last year, more consumers switched to Chevrolet than any other automotive brand. Why? With more standard passive and active safety features than any other brand, plus easy-to-use technology like wireless Apple CarPlay, Chevy simply builds in more value. And who doesn't love getting more for their money? With fresh inventory arriving daily, see for yourself at Carl Chevrolet, 261 Elm Street in New Canaan, or online at carlchevy.com.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code COOL to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code COOL for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code COOL for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
Parkway northbound with heavy waves out of Stamford. It's about 25 minutes to go. Stamford getting up into Norwalk, and then a half hour Norwalk to Bridgeport. Heavier on the Fairfield side now. Northbound at 95, hit or miss company through Darien. Southbound busy through Norwalk. Northbound building as you make your way Westport, Southport, Fairfield, Route 8, still with some company into the Commodore Hull Bridge. New Haven County, busy pockets on 95. Tom Colangelo, WICC traffic.
Clear and quite chilly this evening and overnight with a low in the upper 30s to near 40. Friday, sunny and cool, the high in the low 60s. Saturday, partly sunny with a high in the upper 60s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Greater Bridgeport's home for talk and opinion. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
I'm telling you, we've got to get the management here at Connoisseur Media to let Chris Williams and I offer the off-air audio channel. Just, no, Chris, you don't want that? No? Telling you, for $6.95 a month, for $6.95 a month, if people pay for Netflix, they would pay to hear the off-air chatter between us. I think they would. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Got to give you this segment of the program here because, like I said, I like nothing. There are few things better. I shouldn't say nothing better because that's maybe a very broad and encompassing phrase. There are few things better than a good corruption trial. I don't like to even read stuff from like murder trials and manslaughter trials. That thing is, life and death. No, I'm not into that. But corruption trials, let me tell you something. When money is exchanged, nothing better. Andrew Brown's story here in the Connecticut Mirror. Costa Diamantis told us whom to hire, says a witness. 3 witnesses said that. Ooh, not 1, not 2. Make it a triple, stand-up triple. This trial going on in Bridgeport. A pair of local officials and a construction supervisor, I'm shocked, testified today that Costa Diamantis, the former head of the Connecticut School Building Program, directly intervened on several projects in Tolland and in Hartford to assist 2 contractors who have admitted paying him bribes. Wow. No, if you notice, very little in this case is outright denials. Yeah, we took the bribes. He paid. So you can tell, and I guess Costa Diamantis is using our old friend Norm Pattis and some other people. I guess the goal here is to just, I don't know. Is the goal here from a legal point of view to just introduce enough doubt to soften up the sentencing part of this? I don't know. The testimony on day 4 of the trial claims that Diamantis solicited bribes from contractors in return for steering millions of dollars in work on local school projects to those firms. So again, understanding what's going on here, there is a central office in the state that handles school reconstruction or construction if it's using state money. And the allegations here, now again, innocent till proven guilty, that Diamantis handed out jobs and contracting gigs and construction gigs from this office to people he knew. And basically says, okay, you're the contractor, I'm approving you. What's my kickback? What's my vig, like they say? The jurors heard Walter Willett, Tolland's school superintendent, that's not good, describe how Diamantis told officials in Tolland to hire construction advocacy professionals to oversee the project and the Birch Grove Elementary School. Then came Melvin Colon, the chairman of the Hartford School Building Committee, who explained to jurors how Diamantis told the city to hire construction advocacy professionals to help with the building of Bulkley High School. Jeez. And finally, the jurors heard from Jack Butkus, the project manager with Arcadis, who said Diamantis threatened to withhold state money from the, you guessed it, Weaver High School project in Hartford unless the city rehired Acronym Masonry for a $3 million contract. I don't know about you, but I'm shocked. Aren't you? That a masonry company is involved in this kind of a story. What's the next thing you're going to tell me? There's a trash hauler involved or a plumbing contractor? All 3 witnesses said they did not feel like they could challenge the hiring preferences of Diamantis because of the immense control he had over state funding for schools. Wow, about that. 2 executives with Acronym and the construction advocacy professionals told the jury earlier this week they provided Diamantis with bribes in the form of cash, checks, and a job for his daughter. Diamantis defense attorney Norm Pattis used his cross-examination of the witnesses to raise doubts about whether Diamantis was acting corruptly and to suggest he was simply doing his job. Norm's got to do what he's got to do. It's why people pay him. On the Birch Grove Elementary project, Pattis argued that Diamantis handpicked contractors for that project because he needed to act quickly to rebuild the crumbling foundation, and that's all right. That's enough. All right, we'll see what happens. Tuesday, I just, again, I don't know. Again, this is all innocent till proven guilty. I get it. But I asked you folks this question before, and whenever you see cases like this, stories like this, even if they're other different kind of criminality, whether it's white collar, blue collar, whether it's murder, manslaughter, whatever, you have to wonder what's going through, allegedly here, again, with all due respect to Mr. Diamantis, innocent till proven guilty, but just from a surface view, you wonder what's going through somebody's mind. They say, hey, I'll give you the job. You've got the contract. I need $5,000. Or, yeah, that's a big blanking contract you're getting. Where's my $30,000? Like, part of human nature, I guess, is, well, I'm getting my cut. He's getting his cut. It's all right. It's like a little reference. It's what they call that, a finder's fee. Hey, I'm just taking a commission on the job. And you just wonder, and that's the defense people give to this sort of thing sometimes, maybe not in this case. And again, I have this very good friend of mine in radio, dear friend, who would just look at me in the newsroom and always say, you're going to get caught. It is, to me, incredible how, I don't know, how myopic this whole thing is. That people will sit there, and maybe it's money, I don't know, maybe the greenbacks and the coinage, and now the Bitcoin and everything. Maybe it is the root of all evil. Maybe it is. From the first time somebody back a couple of million years ago says, well, I want that rock or that plant, and I'm going to give you these stones, so I get back something, and you've got more stones or rocks or crystals to spend. But I guess, man, in situations like this, you look at this, and again, who knows how the rest of this is going to shake out, but, you sit here and you say, wow, at what point did, allegedly, this guy, did he ever think he was going to get caught? Or do you go into something like this and say, well, it's not a violent crime, I'm leaving some on the side, I'll pay back any penalties, I'll never get a big chunk of jail time, who knows? So the latest in the Costa Diamantis bribery trial. How about that? Traffic and weather together right here on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Both 95 and the Merritt on the heavier side. Stamper getting up into Norwalk, and then 45 minutes both roadways from Norwalk up to Bridgeport. Northbound Route 8 delays into the Commodore Hull Bridge. Route 34, if you're heading east out of Derby, we have an accident reported at Derby Milford Road. Very heavy eastbound on 34. Southbound on 95 with some company to Long Wharf, and 84 building into Newtown and Southbury. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, mainly clear and cool with a low in the upper 30s to low 40s. Friday, sunny with a high in the low 60s. Partly sunny Saturday with a high in the upper 60s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
We all have the ability to make a difference, to come together, to change a life, to make a wish come true. By supporting Make-A-Wish Connecticut, you are bringing hope and joy to children fighting critical illnesses. Children like me. Visit ct.wish.org to learn how you can become a wishmaker and be part of a journey that changes lives. Just imagine what you can do. Visit ct.wish.org today to learn more. That's ct.wish.org.
Recently, 1 in 4 people surveyed by Bankrate.com say they're literally losing sleep because of worries that they might not have saved enough to retire. Pretty much adds up because the number one fear of planning for retirement is running out of money. So if you're ready to get serious about planning for your future, you could start by listening to Mastering Your Wealth with host David Gagnon of First Financial Planners. Tune in Saturday mornings at 8 right here on WICC 600. Also get more details online at masteringyourwealthradio.com.
Back to the news and talk. Thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut. WICC 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli.
Of course, a couple of the big national stories. We'll update those for you coming up straight up in about a minute. Top of the hour. The push still by the White House to allow the use and further use of National Guard troops in some big blue cities there as the president continues to try and push his law and order tactic in the narrative with an eye on the midterms coming up next year, and also the latest on apparent movement. We can only hope, cross fingers and whatever, in the Israel-Hamas situation. So we'll update that as well and more. You can always contact us here. Same number, talk or text. That's the cool part. One number to remember, 203-333-9422. How easy is that? 203-333-WICC. And if you want to go a little more deeper, maybe send me some attachments or whatever, the email is always up and running, Paul, P-A-U-L, Paul, at voiceofct.com. That's Paul, as in me, Paul, at voiceofct.com.
WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Cammie McCormick. Israel and Hamas have agreed to a pause in their war in Gaza and the release of all hostages. President Trump today.
Something that nobody thought was possible, and we're going to end up having peace in the Middle East. Who would have thought?
At the UN, Secretary General Antonio Guterres.
For Israelis and Palestinians alike, this deal offers a glimmer of relief. And that glimmer must become the dawn of peace, the beginning of the end of this devastating war.
Reporter Marbert Berger in Jerusalem.
There's relief on the Palestinian side and some celebrations, but it's pretty subdued because even though people in Gaza are very happy to see an end to this war, to be honest, they don't really have a whole lot to look forward to. Gaza has been completely destroyed, and most people's homes have been destroyed. It's going to take years and years just to rebuild.
In Washington, votes failed again today in the Senate to end the government shutdown. Troops will soon miss their first paycheck. The Senate could move to pay them separately, but Torian Small reports the House Speaker now says that's a non-starter.
Earlier in the week, we heard from Speaker Johnson. He said that he would be open to entertaining that idea. Just yesterday, a complete 180 on that, saying that Democrats had the opportunity to pay military members during the Clean CR bill that passed the House a couple of weeks ago. They passed on that, so he says he's not willing to give them what he's calling a show vote on just military pay.
And it's not just the military. Lee Sinclair is with the Blue Ridge Area Food Bank in Charlottesville, Virginia.
There are about 7,000 jobs that are tied to or influenced by these federal shutdowns. For those people, they're living in a state of uncertainty right now and trying to figure out what they're going to do.
There were court hearings today over National Guard deployments in Portland and Chicago. CBS's Nicole Scanga was following.
In the case of Oregon, the court's going to decide whether the National Guard can be temporarily deployed to Portland as this issue of emergency powers really plays out in the courts over the next few weeks and months. And we're waiting on a similar ruling in Chicago to determine whether National Guard forces stay deployed or are blocked. And we know there are already 200 Texas National Guard troops on the ground, and there are 300 Illinois National Guard being mustered right now.
Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem said today the feds are looking at more buildings to purchase in each city and are prepared to double down. On Wall Street today, stocks finished lower. The Dow Jones Industrial is off 243 points. This is CBS News.
Brought to you by Progressive Insurance. Not only does Progressive let you bundle your insurance, they also give you round-the-clock protection. Quote today at Progressive.com.
Vanity Fair calls BritBox a delicious streamer. Collider says everyone should be watching. Catch Britain's next best series with BritBox. Stream acclaimed new originals like Code of Silence.
You read lips, right?
And Linley, based on the best-selling mystery series.
Hi, Linley. Take it from here.
And don't miss the new season of Karen Pirie coming this October.
You don't look like police. I'll take that as a compliment.
See it differently when you stream the best of British TV with BritBox. Watch with a free trial today.
Do you hear that? Asthma triggers are everywhere, from dust mites, pet dander, and pollen, to smog and smoke. An asthma attack can strike anywhere, anytime. Be prepared with quick-acting Primatene Mist. Clinically proven to open airways quickly. It's the #1 FDA-approved asthma inhaler available over the counter. Primatene Mist. Breathe easy again. Use as directed.
Need metal? Metal Supermarkets, the world's largest small quantity metal supplier, is open in Bridgeport. The metal you need cut to size and ready fast. Call or visit at 1085 Connecticut Avenue and ask about the other metal services we provide.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
A Bridgeport woman is sentenced to spend 6 years in prison for trafficking 3 minors for prostitution. Prosecutors say Teresa Martinez arranged for the minors to be transported from Bridgeport to a hotel in Norwalk to engage in prostitution. All 3 minors were under the age of 18 at the time, and one was younger than 16 years old. Charges are still pending against a co-defendant in the case. Mayor Joe Ganim and other Bridgeport city officials gathered yesterday to announce the Bridgeport Promise Initiative, a new scholarship available to high school seniors across the city. The program is being funded by $1.5 million by both the city and private investors. Interim Superintendent Dr. Royce Avery calls the initiative an investment in Bridgeport's future.
It removes financial barriers to college and higher education, and I think that's very important. And it really is a true investment to the city, the future of this great city of Bridgeport. It drives the educational growth and opportunity for every student within this district.
In addition to city officials, representatives from local colleges were also present, with the University of New Haven making a significant pledge to scholarship recipients.
The University of New Haven, I'm proud to say, is committed to all Promise students, a minimum of automatically 50% off of their tuition, plus any.
I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Both 95 and the Merritt on the heavier side. Stamford getting up into Norwalk, and then 45 minutes both roadways from Norwalk up to Bridgeport. Northbound Route 8 delays into the Commodore Hull Bridge. Route 34, if you're heading east out of Derby, we have an accident reported at Derby Milford Road. Very heavy eastbound on 34. Southbound on 95 with some company to Long Wharf. And 84 building into Newtown and Southbury. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
Clear and quite chilly this evening and overnight. Low in the upper 30s to near 40. Friday, sunny and cool, the high and low 60s. Saturday, partly sunny with a high in the upper 60s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, fantabulous to have you and you and you over there and you in the back with us here on this Thursday. What is it? October 9th, 2025. 203-333 9422 333 WICC. We, again, spent probably a good chunk of the first 2 hours talking about revelations here because they're important to talk about regarding something that people have always kind of been whispering about over the past few years, not just here in Connecticut, not just here in Bridgeport, New Haven, or whatever, but the notion of sham marriages. And this goes back decades and decades and decades, people being able to go into city or town halls in jurisdictions where there aren't a whole lot of safeguards, and primarily there's not a lot of a waiting period. There, some cities or towns will do it same day, like Bridgeport. Hey, here's your marriage license, and now we'll get you married. Some cities or towns make you wait. I think it's 24, 48 hours. I don't know what that is. I guess it's generally one day. Think it over. Do you want a prenup? But again, the notion here that some of these marriages, maybe a lot of them, when you see people that, the city and town clerks and the justices of the peace say, man, there's something a little weird about this. And again, 2 other stories from Hearst today to go along with their main story. Yesterday, one says, for migrants, sham marriages are a cardinal sin with devastating consequences. And the other I find fascinating and wondering what is actually being done in Hartford, hopefully more than they're doing, about absentee ballots. No one, get this, in the year 2025, folks, in the great, as Governor, the late great Governor Bill O'Neill used to say, in the state of Connecticut, it was one word with Bill O'Neill, God rest his soul, Bill and Nikki, God rest their souls. The state of Connecticut. No one oversees Connecticut's justices of the peace. Not that they're a rowdy bunch. I have a couple of friends of mine who do it. They're very happy what they did. They say people, sometimes they just want a quick civil ceremony, making them man and wife. And that's what they do. And one of my friends who does this, she does quick ceremonies, but she has locations that she can rent out. So, again, she has let's put it this way. This would be the last justice of the peace I would ever think is doing anything underhanded. The absolute last. She is incredibly above board. Puts a lot of photos of herself on social media. She's out there. She has a name that people may recognize from her broadcast days. But this is interesting. No one oversees Connecticut's justices of the peace. And you scroll down in this story, and I'm like, well, wait a minute. Here we go. The Secretary of the State's office, Stephanie Thomas's office, I think she was on here with Melissa a couple of days ago. Forgive me, I'm oftentimes snoozing during the early parts of the award-winning Melissa in the Morning programs. And how about this? 2 bills introduced in the General Assembly last session would have made a number of reforms to the Justice of the Peace system, but both failed to pass before the session ended in early June. Similar bills have failed in prior years. Now get this. One of the bills would have given the Secretary of the State the ability to train and oversee justices of the peace. Another would have required justices of the peace to pass an examination and given the Secretary of the State authority to investigate official misconduct by those justices of the peace and to suspend or revoke their appointments, among other measures. Interesting. Why didn't that happen? Any ideas? Wink, wink, nod, nod. Does the majority in policy in Hartford not want that to happen? You tell me. And by the way, if you are a justice of the peace, or if you work, say, in a city clerk or town clerk office, and you want to, you don't have to give me your name or your hometown or whatever. But if there's anything you would like me to relate to the folks out there, you can text me. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC.
This fall, make your daily radio destination WICC. Your weekdays start with Melissa in the morning. Then it's the Lisa Wexler Show, The Download with John Kamal and Chris Williams, and Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli. Local news updates every hour, along with Fairfield County traffic and weather from meteorologist Paul Pioric. Plus, more local news and live talk on weekends, too. We are WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
This winter, shave shaping up to be a harsh, snowy season. So take control of the roads with a new set of Bridgestone Blizzak tires from Town Fair Tire at the guaranteed lowest price. Plus, Town Fair gives you the most free services with your purchase of Bridgestone Blizzak tires. For the guaranteed best deal on Bridgestone Blizzak tires with the most free services for life, nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
With Progressive's Home Quote Explorer, you can easily find the right home insurance for you, even if it's not with Progressive. But if you don't choose us, then sure, okay, it's not going to work out. We're not going to cry about it or stay awake wondering what our future together would have looked like. We can't get emotionally invested, even if it sounds like we are. Progressive's Home Quote Explorer allows you to easily compare home insurance rates and coverages in one place, even if it's not with us. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Comparison rates not available in all states or situations. Prices vary based on how you buy. I love you. I shouldn't have said that.
It's time to make an appointment to tour Forest Hills Milford, one of the newest luxury rental 55 and over communities in Connecticut. Step into a home where every detail is designed to offer ease and comfort. Forest Hills Milford's spacious, brand new luxury apartments include assigned garage parking with elevator access and use modern technologies to bring ease and comfort to everyday living. Nestled in the beauty of Milford, close to beaches, golf, marinas, and more. Visit foresthillsmilford.info to learn more. Forest Hills Milford. Home made easy.
Buy one chicken shawarma wrap and get one free.
October is Customer Appreciation Month at AB's Falafel.
Right now, buy one chicken shawarma wrap and get one free.
AB's Falafel in Trumbull serves the freshest and most flavorful falafel, kebabs, salads, and shawarma. During the month of October,
buy one chicken shawarma wrap and get one free.
Visit AB's Falafel, 10 Broadway Road, Trumbull, absfalafel.com.
Columbia Dental in Norwalk is part of a trusted integrated network, offering comprehensive dental services from A to Z, all in one convenient location. From routine cleanings to advanced procedures, their expert team is ready to care for your smile. Call Columbia Dental in Norwalk today at 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com. Complete dental care all under one roof.
In our effort to give dissemination of notice to nonprofit agencies, Connoisseur Media invites these agencies to request notification of job openings. To register your nonprofit agency for notifications of job openings at all Connoisseur Media stations in Connecticut, call us at 203-783-8200. Ask for Tristan Holler, and be sure to give us your name, address, phone number, and a contact person at the agency. If you're on our notification list and have changes or updates, call us at 203-783-8200. Ask for Tristan Holler. Connoisseur Media is an equal opportunity employer.
You're listening to WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut, broadcasting from Cadillac of Greenwich Studios, CadillacofGreenwich.com.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Both 95 and the Parkway, pretty heavy stamper getting up into Norwalk. Accident now in the no exit zone in between Fairfield, Westport. Northbound delays go back to Route 7. Southbound, a lot of rubbernecking as well. 95's not much better. It's 45 minutes. Norwalk getting up into Bridgeport. Route 8 northbound very heavy into the Commodore Hull Bridge. Eastbound 34 still very heavy into Derby, Milford Road. And as you head out of Derby, that is due to an accident. This update sponsored by Courtesy Carpet. Now's the time for a fresh new look for your home. Save on top flooring brands at Courtesy Carpet. No big box gimmicks, just fair, honest prices. Courtesy Carpet, Route 111 in Monroe. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, mainly clear and cool with a low in the upper 30s to low 40s. Friday, sunny with a high in the low 60s. Partly sunny Saturday with a high in the upper 60s. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
Voice your opinion on the voice of Connecticut. 203-333-9422. Back to Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli. WICC 600 and 95.9.
Well, let's welcome back this gentleman who several times throughout the year is able to parse out and explain stuff that goes on with the federal courts, the district courts, and often the U.S. Supreme Court. Landmark Legal Foundation VP of Legal Affairs, Mike O'Neill. Mike joins us from Landmark. Hey, Mike, it's Paul. How are you, sir?
Good to be with you, Paul. Hope you're doing well.
Yeah, well, I'm thinking of you again, Mike, because we're past the first Monday in October, so here we go again, right?
Right. Yep. The term just started a few days ago. Oral arguments have been commencing. Some interesting arguments in the court so far. They touched on a candidate standing case. Which is the Boss case, is the case that involved whether a candidate could challenge a specific Illinois voting law.
Yeah.
There's a case, of course, involving some counselors' free speech regarding whether a counselor can give certain specific counsel to their clients. Their therapist, a therapist can give counseling advice to their therapist. Free speech case.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, the court's off to a bang. Lots of interesting cases.
Yeah, these cases for my listeners here are not necessarily in Connecticut, but again, once the Supreme Court speaks, that covers the entire country. You did highlight one of the cases I wanted to speak about, and Mike, were you referring to that case that centers on what's a controversial thing called conversion therapy to in a sense try and through therapy stop someone from being gay? And I guess the core of this argument is what? Free speech, correct?
Right, it's free speech. And the justices talked about this, and they really got into some history about it in their oral arguments. And they were talking about, Justice Alito was particularly talking about that if you think about it, they were saying, would this law have applied? What if the defense that the state was giving for this law was saying, well, this is what's accepted this is the standard of care. Mm-hmm. And the justices kind of jumped on that. And they said, well, what if the standard of care was something else? Remember, in the 1970s, the standard of care was that homosexuality, for example, was a mental disorder. And so would you have endorsed a law that said that? And so, again, this is the thing. The courts the judicial system, the legal system is particularly loath to delve into these conversations, right? They don't want to say that they want to give leeway to therapists to discuss what their particular aspects are. Yeah, these therapists.
Mike, you're breaking up a little bit.
Free speech issue.
Mike, you're breaking.
Should have the right to discuss matters with in the therapist-patient relationship, and the state shouldn't step in to impose some sort of speech restrictions on that.
But what would be the argument, Mike, and you broke up a little there, you may have mentioned it. What is the argument in this case on the other side? Is the argument is that do some people think that this conversion therapy thing is so odious that we have to shut it up? Is that what the argument is or not?
I would think so, right? And that crosses the line into suppression. And then unless you can proffer, again, to infringe on the rights of somebody's free speech, you have to proffer a very, very strong state interest here, and that just doesn't rise to that.
Especially, I would imagine if what you're doing, and correct me if I'm wrong, not only would be suppressing free speech, but maybe if that's connected to a person's religious beliefs.
Yeah, exactly. That's another aspect of this too. Is exercise too. Is a exercise. Oftentimes, there you see the intersection between free speech and free exercise. If you're curbing somebody's free speech rights, you're often curbing their exercise. Again, think about the Masterpiece Cake Shop decision a couple of years ago. This is the case where you said, hey, you're going to force a cake baker to engage in some sort of activity that runs contra to their religious beliefs. And again, there's a lot of overlap between the free exercise clause and the free speech clause of the First Amendment.
Mike, finally, and I wanted to talk to you about this because I know this is something I remember from talking to you, personally drives you nuts. And this is when you have some of these judges trying, at least in your opinion, to infringe, as Landmark would believe. Now, there are other legal organizations who think the opposite. When we come to what the president, whether people agree with him or not, is trying to do with the National Guard in some high-crime cities. And I guess the arguments are taking place today or yesterday or over the next couple of days. So summarize the arguments here for our listeners who may say, well, wait a minute, he can do that, can't he? Or no, he can't.
Right. There's a lot going on with this. Let's put this in the proper context here. The president wanted to deploy 200 National Guard troops to Oregon, to Portland, to ensure that there's operational security for ICE agents to perform their immigration, to enforce federal law, enforce immigration law. And they weren't deploying the 101st Airborne Division or tanks and Black Hawk helicopters. It was just a couple hundred National Guard troops to ensure that, number one, ICE agents could perform their federal law enforcement activities. And number two, there could be security around the federal buildings. This is because oftentimes what the Department of Justice Department of Homeland determines, is that the localities aren't providing the necessary security in these areas. Again, it's incumbent upon the police department in Portland or in Chicago to ensure that the federal areas around the federal buildings are secure. So in lieu of that, the president has to deploy this. Now, again, there should be security situation.
Mike, do me a favor. Back up. You broke up a little bit, and you started to say there should be in an ideal world. Go ahead.
Right. There should be the locality, the local police departments should be the ones that are providing security for these federal enforcement agencies. Again, it's incumbent upon the police departments of Portland to ensure that the blocks surrounding the federal buildings are secure. And you shouldn't have to bring in federal National Guard troops to do that. Yeah. But again, Portland and Chicago are exceptions. They're not doing that. And so the president is left with no option but to deploy National Guard troops to provide that security.
Do you think, Mike, finally, this is not of the Supreme Court right now. This is lower courts. Does this eventually get to the Supreme Court, do you think?
Well, I don't think so. I don't necessarily think so, Paul, because I think the Ninth Circuit is poised to overturn this preliminary injunction or the temporary restraining order that the district court employs. If you listen to oral arguments today at the Ninth Circuit, not Supreme Court. We were talking about Supreme Court earlier. This is a Circuit Court of Appeals. This is the mid-level appellate level we're talking about here. The judges on the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals, incidentally, has a historical history of everybody being really liberal. It's not really liberal. It's pretty middle of the road when you talk about it. The judges on this court were very open to the arguments proffered by the Department of Justice today. So I don't think it's going to have to get up to the Supreme Court. But ultimately, I think this issue probably will on an emergency basis. There's just enough of it overlap. We're talking about, again, the president's authority to determine whether he can deploy these National Guard troops to provide, again, these National Guard troops are not performing police presence, right? They're not performing police duties. Yeah. They're providing operational security because the localities are failing to do that.
Yeah. Finally, Mike, in about the 60 seconds we have left, Amy Coney Barrett wrote a book and gave interviews. Oh, you surprised with that? I mean, do the justices normally do this sort of thing or not?
Oh, yeah, very often they do. Justice Gorsuch wrote a book. I mean, oftentimes they write a lot of books. They don't weigh. They give generally their outlook and their philosophy and how they approach cases. They don't give you a lot of, I'm going to rule this way. Of course, you don't see that. Yeah. But it's very familiar. Yeah, it's very commonplace. As you know, incidentally, the justices don't really. And again, this all kind of sounds a little bit inside baseball here. But the justices need extra income. They often have a lot of costs, and so they'll write books. They'll do these sorts of things and oftentimes it does give you a good insight into what their approach is in general. And so people like me kind of read between the lines, try to dissect where they're coming from in these books. But yeah, it's a normal thing. You see it quite often.
Mike O'Neill, our guy, Landmark Legal Foundation. Check him out online. Mike, thanks as always. Be good, and we'll chat down the road. Appreciate it, sir. Thank you.
Absolutely. Talk to you later, Paul.
All right, thanks. There's Mike O'Neill, Landmark Legal Foundation on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 in the Parkway, both holding at about a half hour. Stamford up to Norwalk. 95, very heavy, about 40 minutes. Norwalk up to Bridgeport, packed in pretty solid from 17 in Saugatuck all the way to the Fairfield Rest. Earlier accident on the Parkway cleared, but you're still very heavy northbound from Route 7 up to 41 and 42. On the Fairfield side, it's patchy volume. Route 8, normal volume getting up into the bridge. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
Clear and quite chilly this evening and overnight. With a low in the upper 30s to near 40. Friday, sunny and cool, the high in the low 60s. Saturday, partly sunny with a high in the upper 60s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
NFL Sundays are back on the Voice of Connecticut. Dished up by Duchess Restaurants. Fresh food served fast. Be there for the action starting at 12:30. We've got your local NFL news and notes. Then it's kickoff at 1 p.m. and 4 p.m. Because what's a football game without a Duchess feast at your fingertips? Get ready to tackle your hunger and the football season with Duchess Restaurants. Your first draft pick for fresh food served fast.
Sometimes the most important personal breakthroughs are made possible by medical ones.
And that's why Smilo Cancer Hospital delivers the pioneering research of Yale Cancer Center, like targeted therapies based on your genetic makeup and groundbreaking clinical trials that offer hope when you need it most. All delivered by a multidisciplinary team dedicated to you and your specific type of cancer. Smilo Cancer Hospital and Yale Cancer Center. We're powering breakthroughs with the greatest of care.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-859-3220. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 to 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-859-3220. That's 800-859-3220 for $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-859-3220. 800-859-3220.
Looking for complete dental care in one convenient location? Visit Columbia Dental in Norwalk. Their expert team includes a general dentist, periodontist, and oral surgeon. So whether you need a routine checkup and cleaning, dental implants, or wisdom teeth extraction, they've got you covered. Quality care all under one roof. Call Columbia Dental in Norwalk today at 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com.
Discover the finest flooring in Southern Connecticut at Courtesy Carpet. With over 50 years experience, from intricate area rugs and durable vinyl to elegant stair runners, they have it all. Shop anywhere, but see them before you buy. Visit L&J and their team on Route 111 in Monroe or at courtesycarpet.com. Financing is available, so you can get the floors you love today. Trust the experts in quality flooring, because at Courtesy Carpet, your satisfaction is their courtesy.
The Connecticut Lottery reminds you that gambling can be a fun form of entertainment, but it's not risk-free, so it's important to play responsibly. Make sure you understand how the games work. Know the odds, set time limits, and take breaks. To find out more, visit ctlottery.org or responsibleplayct.org. Must be 18 or older to purchase lottery and 21 or older to place sports wagers. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News Brief. President Trump called his cabinet to a meeting today and then hailed the progress to end the fighting in Gaza. Stacey Lynn reports.
Secretary of State Rubio said the Gaza peace deal could not have happened without President Trump, which prompted the cabinet to applaud. Rubio said the president had some extraordinary phone calls and meetings that he suggested may never be reported.
Still no vote to end the government shutdown. House Speaker Mike Johnson blaming Democratic Senator Chuck Schumer.
We're in day 9. The consequences of this Democrat shutdown are very real, and he can mock it and he can pretend like it gets better for him. It doesn't.
Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem promised today to double down in Chicago to fight crime.
I was there a few days ago and looked at some facilities that we can deploy more law enforcement out of.
She said she's done the same in Portland, Oregon. On Wall Street, stocks are lower today, the Dow off 300. CBS News Brief, I'm Cammie McCormick.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
The state is prepared to cover the $200,000 a day cost of a federal food aid program during the government shutdown. Governor Ned Lamont says the state is stepping up to make sure the program that supports over 50,000 women and children in the state is able to continue. Lamont anticipates that the federal government will reimburse Connecticut once the shutdown is over, but concedes that nothing is guaranteed.
Connecticut is one of the, sadly, very few states in the country stepping up, making sure you're a new mom, you got kids under the age of 5, an infant, we're taking care of you. And the WICC program will continue. And we'll make sure it continues until the federal government gets its act together.
The WICC program will cost the state $6 million a month if the shutdown drags on. A Norwalk vape shop owner has been cited with selling marijuana from his store without a license. Norwalk police say a 26-year-old man from the Bronx, New York, is the first shop owner cited under a new city ordinance. Police say a search of the R&R convenience store on Main Street last month revealed over a pound of marijuana products that included flour, edibles, and pre-rolled joints. The ordinance allows for a $250 fine for the first offense, which was issued to the store's owner. A juvenile who police say was seen walking on a Fairfield road with a toy gun has been arrested. Police say the unidentified 16-year-old boy was found by officers on Monday after they received reports of a person with a gun on Kings Highway. Police determined the boy was carrying a toy gun that had been painted black. The juvenile is charged with brandishing a facsimile firearm and breach of peace. There is a freeze warning for most of Connecticut from 11 o'clock tonight to 9 a.m. tomorrow. According to the National Weather Service, overnight temperatures could approach record lows for the date. Precautions should be taken as freeze conditions can kill crops, other sensitive vegetation, and potentially damage outdoor plumbing. A contractor testified that former state deputy budget director Costa Diamantis created an atmosphere of fear in running the state's school construction office. Diamantis is on trial for federal charges accusing him of bribery and extortion in managing the school construction grant program. Antoinetta Roy, with construction advocacy professionals, testified that her company landed large contracts after she hired a daughter of Diamantis. She conceded under cross-examination that Diamantis never directly asked her to hire his daughter. Testimony continued today in Bridgeport federal court. President Trump is calling for an investigation into Connecticut Democratic Senator Richard Blumenthal over his false claims to have served in Vietnam years ago. Trump posted on social media that Blumenthal is a fraud and should not be in the U.S. Senate. The Connecticut Democrat apologized over a decade ago for misstating his military history by saying that he served in Vietnam when he never was actually deployed there. In an interview with CNN, Blumenthal defended his past military service and clarified his past statements.
This allegation of 15 years ago has been really rejected by the voters of Connecticut 3 times, overwhelmingly re-electing me. But more to the point, I was honorably discharged as a sergeant from the United States Marine Corps. I served in the reserves, and I referred to my service in Vietnam on a handful, just a couple of occasions, rather than during Vietnam.
Trump says Blumenthal should be investigated and justice should be sought. And a New Jersey gubernatorial candidate is challenging Connecticut's status as the pizza capital of the United States. Hearst Media reported that Republican candidate Jack Ciattarelli was asked in a news conference about challenging Connecticut's claim to pizza superiority and responded, quote, "I'm going to get the president to issue an executive order that New Jersey is the official pizza and diner state." Ciattarelli is a fervent Trump supporter and has described himself as, quote, 100% MAGA. Both Connecticut and New Jersey boast a high Italian-American population, which has been one of several factors in the respective states' claim to having the best pizza in the country. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 in the Parkway, both an hour and a half. Stamford getting up into Bridgeport. Both roadways 45 minutes at least from Norwalk up to Bridgeport. 95 jam from 17 to the Fairfield Rest Parkway. Pretty solid. Route 7 up to the first half of the no exit zone. Second half on the busier side. About 10 to 15 minutes up to the Commodore Hull Bridge. 95 busy into New Haven County up into Long Wharf. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, mainly clear and cool with a low in the upper 30s to low 40s. Friday, sunny with a high in the low 60s. Partly sunny Saturday with a high in the upper 60s. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
Where Southern Connecticut comes for the real story. Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, back to open phones in a moment. Text or talk, same number, 203-333-9422, 333 WICC. Stuff breaking out of the White House almost minute by minute here regarding what appears to be, at least at this point, an advancing peace plan to end the 2-year-plus war between Israel and Hamas. Joining us right now with the very latest on that, Linda Kenyon, CBS News. Linda, good afternoon. Great to hear from you, and I would imagine things are breaking fast and furious there in Washington. What's the latest?
Yeah, it's been quite a day, and I'm also the radio pool reporter today. So just came out of the Oval Office where the president was meeting with the president and prime minister of Finland, announcing that the U.S. is going to be buying many icebreakers from the nation of Finland. And then the questions came. For example, would the U.S. defend Finland if Russia were to attack? The president said yes, because Finland is a member of NATO. And then came the questions about Gaza and how that peace plan is going to play out, how it came about, and what the president's plans are. He says he's going to be traveling to the Middle East in the coming days, possibly Saturday, possibly Sunday, possibly Monday. He didn't give us the exact time, perhaps for security reasons or perhaps because those details are still being worked out. But a lot of questions about Gaza and what it means toward peace in the Middle East. And again, another question, I should say several questions, about whether the president expected to get the Nobel Peace Prize, which is expected to be announced tomorrow.
Really? It's coming up tomorrow. Interesting. Linda Kenyon, CBS News. Linda, thank you so much for the time, as always. We appreciate it. Thank you.
You're welcome. Have a good one.
Appreciate it. Thank you, Linda. Appreciate that. Yeah. Now, by the way, what Linda meant there, just from a journalistic point of view, when they say she said she was the radio pool reporter today, what they do is, and this is not a Trump thing, this has been going on for years, essentially every day or every couple of days, usually it's every day, they designate one radio person. Now, again, you have to understand there are numerous radio, print, newspaper, wire services, and TV people there. You can't fit everybody from every accredited news organization into the Oval Office. So in smaller settings, what they do, and they do this on a rotating basis, and today it was Linda's turn, so Linda was entrusted as being the radio pool reporter of the day. So the sound and the audio and the questions that she was asking and giving us an insight to today, those will be used for the entire radio coverage of the day. So you may have heard her say, well, I was in the Oval Office because I was the pool reporter. And it rotates. It doesn't show favoritism to one outlet or another. So today it was CBS Radio. Tomorrow it may be ABC. It might be Fox Radio the day after. That all rotates, as it does in television and as it does in print and the wire services. So, for example, there's the Associated Press. There's Reuters. Believe it or not, UPI, the United Press International, or the UP, as they used to say decades ago, they still exist. And then you have the newspapers that staff the White House 24/7, 365. The New York Times, the Boston Globe, the Washington Post, the LA Times, so on. Some situations, not often, but if accommodations are tight or there's a fast-moving story and you've got to follow the president around, there will often be one designated paper that will share the quotes and the coverage with the others. So there you go. Our Linda Kenyon, live from the White House right here on WICC.
Are you a local business owner? We have a backstage pass for you. This is your invitation to our marketing open house, 8 to 9:30 a.m. on October 28th. Hey, Melissa Sheketoff here, and as a business owner, you have built a great business. You're proud of it. and you want it to grow. Come on October 28th and see how radio advertising can work for you. You hear the commercials on the Voice of Connecticut. Now let's get your business on the air. Our team is dedicated to helping local business with effective radio and digital advertising. So if you own a business, join us at the Connoisseur Media Open House on October 28th. It's free, but registration is required. To register, email your name and business to ctmarketing@conmedia.com, and we'll send you the details. October 28th is our marketing open house. Come see how our team will help your business grow. Email ctmarketing@conmedia.com. Time for you to be on the radio.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy. In 2011, I founded Wesley Financial Group with one goal in mind, to help honest folks out of their timeshares permanently. Today, I run Wesley with my two sons, a real family business, treating every client and every employee like we'd want our own family treated. That philosophy has helped us grow into the largest, most trusted timeshare cancellation company in the United States. Fortune magazine even recognized us as one of the best places to work. Why? Because we genuinely care. In fact, some of our former clients were so moved by their experience working with us, they joined our team so they could help others to timeshare freedom. If you're stuck in a timeshare, give us a call. Let our family help your family.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit kit. 800-549-8866. 800-549-8866. 800-549-8866.
It's time for the Market Scoreboard Report with Ron and Sana. Now on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Stocks closed lower today as the S&P and NASDAQ pulled back by the same amount from record levels, both down 18.5 points, while the Dow led the market lower off 243 points, about 0.5% to 46,358. No new economic data, although a vote in the Senate to reopen the government failed for the seventh time, so the shutdown continues. The S&P and NASDAQ both down 18 points, the S&P finishing at 67.35, NASDAQ at 23,024, both coming off all-time highs. Long-term interest rates ticked up a bit to 4.14%. The dollar continued to firm, sitting at a two-month high. Crude oil slumping as the ceasefire in Israel and Gaza is appearing to take hold. Oil sensitive to Middle East activity down $1.08 to 61.47 a barrel. And that flight to quality trade in gold and Bitcoin coming off today, with gold sliding from record highs down almost $82 to 39.89 the ounce as we go into the final day of trading, with the government still shut down and no economic data currently available.
Texting enrolls you into recurring automated text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, Dan, how you doing? Haven't seen you around the gym for a while.
Yeah, I've really fallen off. Since I turned 40, I just don't get the results I used to get.
Could be lower testosterone.
Lower T?
Yeah, I went through it a while back. Once you hit 40, your body has less free testosterone. I got Nugenix Total T, and it's made a huge difference for me.
I've seen that ad on TV. Is it for real?
Oh, yeah. The key ingredient is something called Tesnor, which helps boost free and total testosterone levels to help you trim up and stay lean.
And it's made a difference for you?
Man, I feel like I'm in my 20s again, at work, in the gym, and in the bedroom.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try it for themselves?
Yeah, you just need to send them a text.
Text ALL to 321-321 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T, the #1 selling testosterone booster at GNC. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful fat incinerator ever, to help you get back into shape fast. Absolutely free. Text ALL to 321-321. That's ALL to 321-321.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 in the Parkway, both an hour and a half. Stamford getting up into Bridgeport. Both roadways 45 minutes at least from Norwalk up to Bridgeport. 95 jammed from 17 to the Fairfield Rest Parkway. Pretty solid. Route 7 up to the first half of the no exit zone. Second half on the busier side. About 10 to 15 minutes up to the Commodore Hall Bridge. 95 busy into New Haven County up into Long Wharf. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
Clear and quite chilly this evening and overnight with a low in the upper 30s to near 40. Friday, sunny and cool, the high in the low 60s. Saturday, partly sunny with a high in the upper 60s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli. Now on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All righty, open phones, open text lines, same number, talk or text at 203 333-9422, 333-WICC. Again, I hate to have to do this, but I feel it's necessary because I just have to tell you this. I firmly believe our criminal justice system that should be applied with the least amount of bias, the least amount of touchy-feeliness, I really think has been compromised. Honestly, I'm not. And look, you know me. I'm not a conspiracy guy. Over the years, stuff that I thought was conspiratorial, I said, well, no, there's probably, okay, here's the reason for that. We finally find out. All right. And you know my thought is that there are people within the criminal justice system who are there to subvert it. In other words, you sadly hear these stories sometimes that people who work in a bank for years have been stealing money from people because they had access to it. Some people who are found to be arsonists or pyromaniacs actually at one time maybe were firefighters or fire inspectors. So now, granted, in the overall numbers, it's not a lot, but the effects can be devastating. So here's another example of why I think you have people inside the criminal justice system who have a fascination with evil and know that things should be done to someone, but for whatever perverse reason, it doesn't happen. A man with nearly 100 arrests. I'm going to read that again to you. Did you say 100? Yes, I did. A man with nearly 100 arrests is accused of stabbing an elderly victim. He has never served prison time. Guy's been arrested by police. Don't want to go to triple digits if we don't have to. Nearly 100 arrests. Has never served prison time, and now he's accused of stabbing someone, an elderly person. An Indiana man accused of stabbing a 69-year-old at a gas station has ignited outrage after records revealed nearly 100 prior arrests with little punishment. 41-year-old Courtney Boose, B-O-O-S-E, was arrested after the gas station stabbing in Indiana. Fox 59 reporting that Boose has been arrested 99 times over the years on charges ranging from theft and trespassing to battery. Despite that record, court documents reviewed by Fox News showed he's never served a day in state prison. 99 arrests, now being held on charges that he stabbed a 69-year-old man, has never served a day in prison. Public filings list dozens of convictions. You can't even say, well, Paul, 99 arrests, but the cases were minor. No. He was convicted of dozens of cases, and there were some dismissals spanning more than 20 years. Low-level felonies and misdemeanors, such as theft, criminal trespass, and panhandling, even when convicted. He received charges of jail times of time served or short jail terms. One case in 2019 included a battery resulting in bodily injury charge, which was later dismissed in a plea deal. This is what I mean. Keep the conga line moving, even for a guy like this who's clearly an animal. I mean, you don't get arrested 100 times and not be a psycho. and a conviction for misdemeanor theft that earned him just 2 months behind bars. In 2020 and 2022, he pleaded guilty to felony trespass charges, sentenced to county jail time already served. Rick Snyder, who heads the Indianapolis Fraternal Order of Police, blasting the situation as proof that repeat offenders are being turned back onto the streets as fast as officers can correct them. Critics argue Booz's release highlights problematic catch-and-release justice where habitual offenders face little deterrent. In deep blue San Francisco, residents protested Troy McAllister's bid to swap prison time for a drug rehab program just years after he allegedly plowed over 2 pedestrians. The case of McAllister has long been a lightning rod for restorative justice reform, forcing elected officials to confront whether policies meant to show compassion offenders put the public at risk. Look, we can go on and on. This is a long story. Bottom line here, this guy's a nut. Look, I don't care if these are minor offenses, misdemeanors. When you are arrested 99 times, you're out of your mind. You need to be wrapped up somewhere and kept in a rubber room far, far away. Now, on the same day I give this to you, and you can comment if you'd like, geez, I don't know, what would you say about somebody who is now facing charges of nearly killing a guy after he's been arrested 99 times? I'm shocked, aren't you? Now, maybe this is a reaction to what the White House is doing. I don't know. How about this? This also from Fox News. This is stunning. I'm shocked. I had to pick myself up off the floor for this one. The city of Baltimore. Folks, you ready for this? Seriously, 2 hands on the road. Take a deep breath when you hear this. The city of Baltimore has seen a staggering drop in crime. Why? A Democratic prosecutor in Baltimore is holding repeat offenders more accountable. I'm shocked. Somebody in deep blue Baltimore figured out that you'll have less crime if you take the people who are committing most of the crime and hold them accountable. I know. This is stunning, isn't it? Like guys that repeatedly get arrested. Somebody said, well, wait a minute. Maybe we should keep them in jail. I don't know. Crazy, isn't it? The new Baltimore City State's Attorney Ivan Bates declares the days of going easy on repeat offenders are over. Mr. Bates, by the way, is African American, in case you're wondering. He said after years of violent crime in the city, it's time for accountability, crediting a tougher stance on gun crimes and repeat offenders for a sharp drop in homicides and shootings. I don't know. That's incredible, isn't it? If you take gangbangers and keep them in jail and keep more of them in jail for longer periods of time, there's less violence. I don't know about this. Bates telling Fox, quote, "We realized it's about the victims." Amazing. A number of victims within the community were minorities and African Americans, and they have a right to be safe and free in their house. How about that? A majority black city and a black prosecutor finally realizing that lower income people deserve peace and prosperity too, and safety. He said, quote, "We wanted to make sure that everybody, didn't matter your race, didn't matter where you're from, everybody has a right to be safe. It wasn't a Democrat issue. It wasn't a Republican issue. It was a people issue." He continued, at the end of the day, there were too many murders, too much violence, and we needed to make a change. Now, I will predict something right here. Mark my word on this. Somebody will. I'm assuming I don't know whether he is an elected official. Somebody will come after him. Folks, I'm telling you, somebody from that open whatever George Soros's bunch is, Open Society, Free Secrets, whatever it is. They'll come after him. The NAACP will come after him. The ACLU will come after him, because how dare a black man put more people in jail?
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
95 in the Parkway, both an hour and a half. Stamford getting up into Bridgeport. Both roadways 45 minutes at least from Norwalk up to Bridgeport. 95 jam from 17 to the Fairfield Rest. Parkway pretty solid. Route 7 up to the first half of the no exit zone. Second half on the busier side. About 10 to 15 minutes up to the Commodore Hall Bridge. 95 busy into New Haven County up into Long Wharf. Tom Colangelo, WICC traffic.
For this evening and tonight, mainly clear and cool with a low in the upper 30s to low 40s. Friday, sunny with a high in the low 60s. Partly sunny Saturday with a high in the upper 60s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Do you have questions about real estate? Learn the secrets of real estate investing and get your questions answered during the Real Estate Show with Pat Civitella. Listen Sunday mornings from 9 to 10 for expert information about real estate investing, downsizing, and improvements before selling. Pat will help turn your real estate dreams into reality. Tune in and call The Real Estate Show with Pat Civitella. Sunday mornings from 9 to 10, right here on WICC 600 and 95.9.
This is the sound of captivity. This is the sound of rescue. And this is the sound of freedom. Give Armenia's captive bears a second chance by supporting International Animal Rescue. Call 508-826-1083 or search The Great Bear Rescue to learn more.
Back to the news and talk, thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut. WICC's 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli.
3 hours down, one more big hour to go. We'll talk to a member of the Connecticut General Assembly coming up in just a second or two after news and traffic and weather together. So, are we going now to give justices of the peace in Connecticut a little more training, a little more ability to spot sham marriages?
WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Cammie McCormick. Breaking news at this hour. A grand jury has indicted New York Attorney General Letitia James. This marks the second federal prosecution of one of President Trump's foes. It comes 2 weeks after a grand jury, also in Virginia, voted to indict former FBI Director James Comey. CBS's Nancy Cordes.
As you can imagine, the president is going to be thrilled to hear this because he has been pushing his Department of Justice to do exactly what they have done today.
There is a lot riding on the deal to win the war in Gaza, especially for the families of hostages, as Haley Ott reports from Hostage Square in Tel Aviv.
For pretty much the last 2 years, the families of the hostages and many Israelis have been turning out on the street, protesting, demanding that their government agree to some sort of deal to bring all the hostages home and to end the war in Gaza. And now it seems like that could be happening.
But it's a day of complicated emotions, according to Rachel Goldberg, whose son was shot dead by his Palestinian captors.
For some of the families, the deal will happen, and this will be the best day of the rest of their lives. And for the majority of the families, for 28 of the families, this is an extremely profoundly sad day.
And Robert Berger reports after the hostages are released, there are still some complicated aspects of the deal to work out.
Who's going to take control of Gaza? Who's going to control security? Who's going to rule Gaza? How is Hamas going to be disarmed?
With the government shutdown continuing, a lot of federal workers are keeping an eye on their dwindling savings. Jared Hill reports.
Food banks across the country are stocking up, bracing for higher demand, with hundreds of thousands of federal workers and contractors going without pay.
Anytime someone suddenly doesn't receive a paycheck that they're expecting for their house and their livelihood, it can really cause a lot of stress.
Sick outs by air traffic controllers are still causing delays at some airports. CBS's Chris Van Cleve has the latest.
Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy says air traffic controllers found to be abusing the FAA's sick time rules could ultimately get fired. We are seeing another day of spotty staffing issues at facilities across the country. So far, delays and cancellations have remained relatively low, but those air traffic control sick calls are up.
A federal judge has ordered a man charged in California's deadly Palisades fire to remain jailed amid concerns about his mental health. A prosecutor said Jonathan Rinderknecht had traits of an arsonist, and his family worried about his declining mental state. On Wall Street today, stocks finished lower. This is CBS News.
Sponsored by Progressive. See why over 43 million drivers trust Progressive to stay protected on the road. See for yourself at Progressive.com.
So my mother is thinking of switching from Verizon to Pure Talk, but she's worried the deal sounds too good to be true. Michael, she said, how can those Pure Talk people offer me the same basic service as Verizon for so much less money? I said, Ma, go ask Google how much Verizon spends on advertising and promotions. A few seconds later, my mother said, oh my goodness, $12 billion a year? That must be a typo. I'll tell you what I told my mom. It's not a typo. Verizon spends $12 billion a year on advertising and promotions, and their customers are paying for it. Well, Pure Talk doesn't spend that kind of money on commercials. Trust me, I would know. That's why they can offer you and my mother unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data on a crazy fast 5G network for just $25 a month. And if you're a business owner, you could really save a fortune. Dial pound 250, say the words Mike Rowe, and you'll get an additional 50% off your first month. That's pound 250 Mike Rowe. Pure Talk. Everything you need and nothing you don't.
WICC 695.9. Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
A Bridgeport woman is sentenced to spend 6 years in prison for trafficking 3 minors for prostitution. Prosecutors say Teresa Martinez arranged for the minors to be transported from Bridgeport to a hotel in Norwalk to engage in prostitution. All 3 minors were under the age of 18 at the time, and one was younger than 16 years old. Charges are still pending against a co-defendant in the case. A Norwalk vape shop owner has been cited with selling marijuana from his store without a license. Norwalk police say a 26-year-old man from the Bronx, New York, is the first shop owner cited under a new city ordinance. Police say a search of the R&R convenience store on Main Street last month revealed over a pound of marijuana products that included flour, edibles, and pre-rolled joints. The ordinance allows for a $250 fine for the first offense, which was issued to the store's owner. And a New Jersey gubernatorial candidate is challenging Connecticut's status as the pizza capital of the United States. Hearst Media reported that Republican candidate Jack Ciattarelli was asked in a news conference about challenging Connecticut's claim to pizza superiority and responded, quote, I'm going to get the president to issue an executive order that New Jersey is the official pizza and diner state. Ciattarelli is a fervent Trump supporter and has described himself as, quote, 100% MAGA. Both Connecticut and New Jersey boast a high Italian-American population, which has been one of several factors in the respective states' claim to having the best pizza in the country. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 in the Parkway, both an hour and a half. Stamford getting up into Bridgeport. Both roadways 45 minutes at least from Norwalk up to Bridgeport. 95 jammed from 17 to the Fairfield Rest Parkway. Pretty solid. Route 7 up to the first half of the no exit zone. Second half on the busier side. About 10 to 15 minutes up to the Commodore Hall Bridge. 95 busy into New Haven County up into Long Wharf. Tom Colangelo, WICC traffic.
Clear and quite chilly this evening and overnight with a low in the upper 30s to near 40. Friday, sunny and cool, the high and low 60s. Saturday, partly sunny with a high in the upper 60s. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Fantabulous to have you with us here every day, every Monday through Friday, 5 days a week, 2 p.m. to 6, right after the download with Chris and John, which comes right after the Lisa Wexler show, which comes right after the Melissa in the Morning program, which comes right after those wacky guys on the overnight there, Red Eye Radio. How are you? It's Paul Piselli here at 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Talk or text. I do have text message here. Hey, Paul, please restate where you read the sham marriage story. The 2-day coverage you allude to does not seem to be in my Hearst-published New Haven Register or the Bridgeport Post print editions. I don't know about the print editions. I'm looking at this online. So right now, if you go to ctpost.com, once again, this is online. Check it out. I don't know what they decide to put in print or not. To this person who texted me, thank you. So go to the Connecticut Post, ctpost.com. The new lead story is a headline about a Fairfield Republican getting positions in the Trump White House, and then the two follow-up stories today to the lead story yesterday. So the lead story yesterday was why couples traveling to Connecticut to wed are raising questions about sham marriages. Now, the two follow-up stories today for immigrants: sham marriages are the cardinal sin, quote-unquote, with devastating consequences. And then the second story that I have referenced today, no one oversees Connecticut's justices of the peace. Critics say that has to change. And not only are critics saying it, there apparently were a couple of bills supported, among others, by the Connecticut Secretary of the State, Stephanie Thomas, a frequent guest here on the morning show I Know with Melissa on WICC. And the Post today in Hearst printed a few paragraphs of her testimony, and Roger Sensorich, her spokesperson, saying, yes, we need some more oversight in this. So two bills that were raised that would have given justices of the peace, made them fall under a uniform testing program, and also given them a little more leeway to be able to raise some red flags and saying, hey, some of these marriages don't look okay to us. And they would have been able to do that without getting, I don't know, threatened or bounced out of a job, as people allege happened to a New Haven city official about a year and a half ago. Of course, you remember that story. My pal Paul Bass, the New Haven Independent, originally saying, hey, what's Wanda Jeter Pataki from Bridgeport doing in New Haven? Don't get mad at me if she's listening. That was Paul Bass. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. We'll talk with a member of the General Assembly about that momentarily. First, though, JR in Stamford. Hey, JR, it's Paul. How you doing, man? What's up?
Hey, Paul. So I was just listening to this Justice of the Peace thing.
Yeah.
And I think there is oversight. It's at least in Stamford, these people are appointed by the RTC and the DCC.
Well, they're talking
they're talking about
state oversight here.
I understand.
Yeah.
But they're a city job or a town job.
Mm-hmm.
The town should be responsible for it. You've got a group that puts them in place, which in Stanford is the Democrat City Party or the Republican Party.
Yeah.
If they screw up, that's like political talking points for the other party.
Well, you would think, JR, but I don't know if you read the story yesterday. Basically, you've got everybody pointing at each other on this, saying, well, if there's funny business going on, it's got to be handled by the Secretary of the State's office. No, then they're saying, no, you got to call the state police. Then they're saying, well, no, not really. It's up to the state health department. It's just a bunch of people, at least, JR, on the state level, kind of pointing fingers at each other.
Yeah, I just hate to give the state another thing to go collect money from people.
Well,
that's what's going to end up happening on this.
Well, and JR, thanks for the call. Appreciate it. I don't know if it's a money thing so far, in as much as who is going to keep an eye on things if there's funny business, A, and B, how about some protections for these city or town officials like justices of the peace, like city officials, unlike the woman in New Haven who I guess in the end was proven correct by some of these marriages, and she had to retire because the lefties in my hometown came down on her.
The kids have their costumes, but they can't wait for Halloween or for all that candy. So don't. Join WICC and Goodwill of Western and North Connecticut for Trick or Treat Day, Saturday, October 18th at Sacred Heart University's Discovery Science Center and Planetarium in Bridgeport. Come dressed up for activities, live performances, character meet and greets, and of course, candy. Limited tickets available now at voiceofct.com.
At Abriola Parkview Funeral Home in Trumbull, we understand that planning for life's milestones is important. But what about planning for your funeral? While it may be difficult to consider, pre-planning can ease the burden on your loved ones during a challenging time. By planning now, you can ensure that your wishes are honored without leaving emotional or financial strain on your family. Visit Abriola.com to learn more about our compassionate pre-planning services. Plan today for peace of mind tomorrow.
It's Duchess Restaurants. It's fresh, made to order, and it's what makes Duchess food so good. Duchess Restaurants has so many choices. Try the Big D Philly cheesesteak, or how about a combo meal like a Big D cheeseburger, long dog, or grilled chicken sandwich with fries and a drink, or a roasted turkey, bacon, and cheddar on wheatberry bread. You can't go wrong with one of Duchess Restaurants' many menu items: sandwiches, wraps, burgers, hot dogs, and more. All of Duchess's menu items are made to order, adding to their fresh flavor. You gotta eat at Duchess. Go to GoDuchess.com for the one nearest you. Duchess Restaurants. Fresh food served fast.
Selling your home is a numbers game. The more potential buyers who see it, the greater the opportunity to sell. And when your home is listed on Smart MLS, more than 21,000 realtors see it, and so do all their buyers. Suddenly, the number of people looking at your home starts to grow by a lot. More realtors sharing your listing, more people seeing your home, more offers coming in, and maybe more cash in your pocket. Smart move, right? Ask your realtor, is my house on Smart MLS? Smart MLS, the smart way to sell your home.
As the seasons change, now is the perfect time to give your trees the care that they need. Hey, Melissa Sheketoff here, and I've told you about K&J Tree Service before, but did you know they're offering a flash sale right now? Whether it's pruning, trimming, or removing hazardous limbs, their team of certified arborists are here to help you out. 203-248-TREE or visit kjtreeservice.com to book your appointment. Safety is their number one priority, so be sure to take advantage of their free tree risk assessment. We did it for our property, and you should as well, to make sure it's in top shape, especially for the upcoming winter season. Don't miss out on this exclusive savings and the chance to keep your trees healthy and beautiful. Call today at 203-248-TREE or visit the website kjtreeservice.com to book your appointment. That's kjtreeservice.com. Trust K&J Tree Service to keep your trees and your property safe and stunning. Take advantage of their incredible offer right now and let them take care of your trees today. That's kjtreeservice.com to book. The Center for Family Justice is hosting its annual Domestic Violence Awareness Month Vigil from 5:30 to 7:30 p.m. this Wednesday at the Hartford Healthcare Amphitheater in Bridgeport. Please join the Center for Family Justice for a night of solidarity, which will also serve as a call to action for those who support their mission to to provide life-saving programs and services to victims of domestic violence. The event is free and it's open to the public. Learn more at centerforfamilyjustice.org.
You're listening to WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut, broadcasting from Cadillac of Greenwich Studios, CadillacofGreenwich.com.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
It's all volume on 95 in the Parkway, a half hour from Stamford getting up into Norwalk. 45 minutes still, both 95 in the Parkway to get up to Bridgeport. Route 8 and 25, not too bad. About 10 minutes getting up to the Commodore Hull Bridge. 84, just a patchy volume in through Newtown. And 95's busy, West Haven up into Long Wharf. If you're looking to buy or sell gold, visit M.J. Thomas Jewelers in Stratford for expert service and great deals. Their knowledgeable staff is there to assist with all your gold needs. For more information, visit mjthomas.com. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, mainly clear and cool with a low in the upper 30s to low 40s. Friday, sunny with a high in the low 60s. Partly sunny Saturday with a high in the upper 60s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Phone lines are always open to say what you want and need to say. 203-333-9422. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli. WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
And before we go to our guest here, back to what JR was saying, and I wanted to just clear up this point. The point is that I guess Hearst is pointing out here that whenever there's some maybe funny business with stuff that's allegedly going on in Bridgeport and New Haven, we're hearing rumblings about Trumbull too and some other areas. The question is asked, well, who's running this whole thing? Now, for example, in this first Hearst story yesterday, it says, quote, a spokesperson for Bridgeport says it's not the city's responsibility to police marriages. The Connecticut Department of Public Health, which maintains state marriage records, says it's not its responsibility. Both point to the finger at law enforcement. Now, the Connecticut State Police says, no, we're not investigating anything. And the state's attorney's office for Bridgeport says, no, we haven't got any sort of referrals here, so I don't know. Don't look at us. What do you expect us to be responsible in the state of Connecticut? Republican State Senate member Eric Berthel joins us. District 32, Bethel, Bethlehem, Bridgewater, Brookfield, Middlebury, Oxford, Roxbury, Seymour, Southbury, Washington, Watertown, and Woodbury. Eric, good afternoon, my friend. How are you?
Paul, I'm well, thank you. And you got all of those in alphabetical order, all the towns.
Well, thankfully there's a website here, and I can just read that, Eric. Hey, Eric, what are your thoughts on this? Because now I'm reading that there were a couple of bills that were introduced last year at the behest of the Secretary of the State's office. So even Stephanie Thomas, a Democrat, is saying, hey, there's some funny stuff going on here. What are your thoughts on all this?
So, listen, I have been listening to your show for the last 40 minutes or so, anticipating our conversation, now. I'm going to tell you this, that what you just laid out in terms of who is responsible and all the different agencies and agents of the government is actually true. If you go to the general statutes, and I know your listeners are very astute and they like to research things, you can go to Section 46B like boy, Section 46B like boy -20, and it defines very clearly in statute what the requirements are to be married in the state of Connecticut. And essentially, if you're ready, you have to be 18.
Yeah.
You have to get a license from the town, the person who oversees the vital statistics, which is usually a town clerk or a registrar in the town in which you want to be married. Okay, and if you can prove that you're 18, okay, and proof of being 18 is a government-issued document. It does not have to be a U.S. government-issued document.
Yeah.
It could be your passport from Italy, okay?
Okay.
And you can prove that to the person who oversees vital statistics. You can be issued a marriage license in Connecticut, and it doesn't matter what your immigration status is. It doesn't matter where you're from. It doesn't even matter if you're here in Watertown. If you want to get married in Watertown and you live in Chicago, it doesn't matter. It doesn't. It's in the statutes. There is no requirement. The only thing it spells out, because if I look at when these were written, it looks like some of them were 50 years ago in the 70s. And, but it says that you cannot, it very clearly says no person may marry their own parent, grandparent, child, grandchild, sibling, etc. So, and I get that because that's pretty standard stuff.
Sure.
But Paul, we need to fix this. The legislature needs to get in and fix this. And I'm willing to have a conversation with the Secretary of State to say, what do we need to do? This should be nonpartisan. This should be, let's fix this, because what's happening in Bridgeport with one of your favorite people to report news on with Wanda again in the news again, right? Is ridiculous. 500 marriages a day or a month in Bridgeport. What the heck is going on?
And Eric, this happened if you remember, about a year and a half ago when one of my friends, Paul Bass, blew the horn on this, and she allegedly was doing it in New Haven as well.
In New Haven, that's right. Yeah, that's right. That's right. And then the only other thing, the point that should be made, I think, so that people have the full picture here. Justices of the peace, as your caller before I came on with you noted, are appointed by the Republican Town Committee and the Democratic Town Committee, whatever they may call them in each town. And there's some rules about how many they get and whatever and whatever. And then there's a manual that applies to every person who gets appointed and sworn in as a justice as to how you perform certain duties, including marriages. And it says you have to verify the license, make sure the two people before you are who they say they are. Then you have to verify the signatures, and you perform the ceremony. And then the justice is required to return the marriage certificate back to the officer of vital statistics in that town. And that's it, Paul. It is about no wonder there's so much alleged or what we believe to be perceived fraud going on. It's easier than going and buying a sandwich. I mean, literally.
And this, Eric, is in, I don't know whether you saw this, the first part of the story, Hearst did. Two bills introduced last session, House Bill 6529 and 7150, would have made major reforms. Neither one passed. 6529 would have given the Secretary of the State the authority to train and oversee justices of the peace. 7150 would have required justices of the peace to pass an examination and given the Secretary of the State's authority, here it is, Eric, here's the rub, to investigate official misconduct by justices of the peace. And 7150 would have barred justices of the peace from officiating marriages that they, quote, know or should know are illegal under state laws and or violate federal immigration laws. There's no wonder it didn't pass.
No wonder, right? Exactly what I was going to say. You took the words out of my mouth.
Right.
So I think that, and I don't know, there's a lot there. And I remember both of those bills. I remember looking at them. The one that had the immigration laws tied into it, I knew would never. With the majority Democrats and our status essentially as a sanctuary state here in Connecticut. But we need to fix this. And I don't know. I'll tell you what. You'll have no one sign up to be a justice of the peace if in fact they are going to now be held to some, as awful as that sounds, if they're going to be held liable for performing
you can't do that. No,
you can't do that to them. So there needs to be some further discussion and a way to figure this out. But other states are not doing this. So maybe we need to go and look and see what other states are doing and model some of our future legislation based on what those states are doing.
Well, Eric, I had a caller call in today, and a gentleman who lives in Branford, he said he could see in the town that this used to be a problem in his town, and all they simply did was require now a 24-hour wait. In other words, they got rid of, hey, you can get the license and get married on the same day. And he said the minute his town got rid of that, the problem left. So I don't know, Eric, at minimum, you maybe want to tell Bridgeport and these cities and towns 24-hour wait. Then you can get married.
So, Paul, I can tell you that that's not unique to that town. I've spoken with the town clerks here in my Senate district, and a couple of the towns have actually gone to a 3-day waiting period.
Wow.
And it's not prohibited by the law. And the one town clerk told me that those people that come in when they're told 3 days, they never come back because they know they can go and get the.
That's
they can go
shocking.
see One Day Wanda down in Bridgeport or New Haven and get it done the same day. So it's a problem. It needs to be fixed, and we know why it's happening. It's allowing people to stay because of the law regarding being married. If a citizen marries a non-citizen, the non-citizen is able to stay. And you know, I'm sure there's some good people that are doing this. I'm sure maybe my ancestors and yours might have had some. We might have some relatives that did this in the past. Who knows? But it seems a little. There might be some nefarious things going on here, and I think we have an opportunity with a reasonable discussion in the legislature to fix it.
All right, Eric Berthel, Eric, State Senate Member, District 32. Eric, thanks, and we'll be in touch. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Paul. Take care.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. All right. And again, could there be just the one-day impulse to say, screw it, let's get married? To go down, to get the license, to get married. Yeah, but you can't wait 2 or 3 days? Well, I know you're going off to war or whatever. All right, we'll wrap it up with news, traffic, and weather together. All that coming up right here on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
One of those afternoons where you're going nowhere fast, 95 in the Parkway, starting with volume out of Greenwich. Once you get to Norwalk, at least 45 minutes from Norwalk up to Bridgeport. 95 packed in solid from exit 15 and 16 in Norwalk all the way up to the Fairfield Rest. Parkway slightly better, but still a very slow ride. Northbound Route 8 delays into the Commodore Hull Bridge into Shelton. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
Clear and quite chilly this evening and overnight. Below in the upper 30s to near 40. Friday, sunny and cool, the high and low 60s. Saturday, partly sunny with a high in the upper 60s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Legends of Fear, now open for our 29th year of haunting. Ride our haunted hayride or walk the Hallow Trail and visit Melonhead Revenge. Enjoy up to 90 minutes of terror at our farm. Real farm, real woods, real fear. Legends of Fear is the best in outdoor haunting. Buy your tickets now at legendsoffear.com, a nationally ranked top haunt. Bring your family for an exciting night of outdoor adventure. Visit legendsoffear.com. That's legendsoffear.com.
Sono Collision, Fairfield County's best for top-quality collision repairs. We deliver unmatched precision and care to restore your vehicle. Trust us for excellence. Visit sonocollision.com or call 203-939-9955.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-859-3220. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 to 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-859-3220. That's 800-859-3220 for $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-859-3220. 800-859-3220.
Fall is the season for fresh starts, so why not start with your smile? At Downtown Dental, transform your look with Invisalign or veneers. The best quality at the lowest price.
I lost a tooth from an accident, but Downtown Dental gave me my smile back with same-day implants. Just $999. It was easy, painless, and affordable.
Now I'm smiling brighter than ever, thanks to Downtown Dental.
3 convenient offices in Bridgeport, Norwalk, and West Haven. Call Downtown Dental today or visit downtowndentalct.com.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News Brief. President Trump's envoy is in Israel, where he met with officials following the deal to end the fighting in Gaza. Steve Witkoff said there were a lot of countries invested in seeing the deal through.
I think it's important that we acknowledge the partnership
that happened out there that allowed this peace negotiation to reach a successful conclusion.
2 votes in the Senate today failed to win the government shutdown, and air traffic control shortages caused more delays at some airports like Dallas. Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy on Fox Business Network.
My message to the air traffic controllers who work for DOT is show up for work. You have a job to do.
There were court hearings today on the National Guard deployments in Chicago and Portland. Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem said the feds are looking at more buildings in each city and doubling down.
If we have to do it the hard way in Portland and Chicago, we will.
On Wall Street today, stocks finish lower. CBS News Brief, I'm Cammie McCormick.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
A contractor testified that former state deputy budget director Costa Diamantis created an atmosphere of fear in running the state school construction office. Diamantis is on trial for federal charges accusing him of bribery and extortion in managing the school construction grant program. Antoinetta Roy, with construction advocacy professionals, testified that her company landed large contracts after she hired a daughter of Diamantis. She conceded under cross-examination that Diamantis never directly asked her to hire his daughter. Testimony continued today in Bridgeport Federal Court. The state is prepared to cover the $200,000 a day cost of a federal food aid program during the government shutdown. Governor Ned Lamont says the state is stepping up to make sure the program that supports over 50,000 women and children in the state is able to continue. Lamont anticipates that the federal government will reimburse Connecticut once the shutdown is over, but concedes that nothing is guaranteed.
Connecticut is one of the, sadly, very few states in the country stepping up, making sure you're a new mom, you got kids under the age of 5, an infant, we're taking care of you. And the WICC program will continue. And we'll make sure it continues until the federal government gets its act together.
The WICC program will cost the state $6 million a month if the shutdown drags on. A juvenile who police say was seen walking on a Fairfield road with a toy gun has been arrested. Police say the unidentified 16-year-old boy was found by officers on Monday after they received reports of a person with a gun on Kings Highway. Police determined the boy was carrying a toy gun that had been painted black. The juvenile is charged with brandishing a facsimile firearm and breach of peace. President Trump is calling for an investigation into Connecticut Democratic Senator Richard Blumenthal over his false claims to have served in Vietnam years ago. Trump posted on social media that Blumenthal is a fraud and should not be in the U.S. Senate. The Connecticut Democrat apologized over a decade ago for misstating his military history by saying that he served in Vietnam when he never was actually deployed there. In an interview with CNN, Blumenthal defended his past military service and clarified his past statements.
This allegation of 15 years ago has been really rejected by the voters of Connecticut 3 times, overwhelmingly re-electing me. But more to the point, I was honorably discharged as a sergeant from the United States Marine Corps. I served in the reserves, and I referred to my service in Vietnam on a handful, just a couple of occasions, rather than during Vietnam.
Trump says Blumenthal should be investigated and justice should be sought. Mayor Joe Ganim and other Bridgeport city officials gathered yesterday to announce the Bridgeport Promise Initiative, a new scholarship available to high school seniors across the city. The program is being funded by $1.5 million by both the city and private investors. Interim Superintendent Dr. Royce Avery calls the initiative an investment in Bridgeport's future.
It removes financial barriers to college and higher education, and I think that's very important. And it really is a true investment to the city, the future of this great city of Bridgeport. It drives the educational growth and opportunity for every student within this district.
In addition to city officials, representatives from local colleges were also present, with the University of New Haven making a significant pledge to scholarship recipients.
The University of New Haven, I'm proud to say, is committed to all Promise students, a minimum of automatically 50% off of their tuition, plus any
There is a freeze warning for most of Connecticut from 11 o'clock tonight to 9 a.m. tomorrow. According to the National Weather Service, overnight temperatures could approach record lows for the date. Precautions should be taken as freeze conditions can kill crops, other sensitive vegetation, and potentially damage outdoor plumbing. And Dancing with the Stars Live is coming to Connecticut in early 2026 as part of a 74-date North American tour. Dancers from the popular TV show will perform at Mohegan Sun Arena in Uncasville on Friday, January 30th and Saturday, January 31st. Tickets go on sale tomorrow at 10 a.m. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Going from bad to worse on both 95 and the Parkway. Let's start out lower part of the county where you have delays out of Greenwich, about 25 minutes, Stamford up to Norwalk, and then the real heavy stuff starts. 95, we have what looks like a broken down truck in the left lane near exit 21. Thank you to Laura for checking in with us on that. And it's backed up all the way into Norwalk, an hour plus Norwalk to Bridgeport. Parkway, you'll save about 10 minutes off that, but still very heavy on the Parkway. Still jammed pretty heavy Route 8 into the Commodore Hull Bridge, and Parkway southbound starting to build over the Sikorsky Bridge. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, mainly clear and cool with a low in the upper 30s to low 40s. Friday, sunny with a high in the low 60s. Partly sunny Saturday with a high in the upper 60s. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
If Trumbull is talking about it, so is Paul. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Boy, I got to tell you, it just, as much as I try not to talk about it, I have to, because I have to keep you people informed as to what's going on here. And we have lawmakers in this state who still, the Democratic majority in Hartford, they won't do anything substantive on absentee ballot funny business. They will probably turn a blind eye to the sham marriages going on. It took half the state screaming at them to get rid of the public benefits charge. Every business measurement that comes out from CNBC and the Wall Street Journal and MSNBC and Fox Business says that by and large, on business indicators, Connecticut sucks. We have the second highest electric bills in the country, getting close to Hawaii. But gosh darn it, I open this up. Hartford Current, guess what they're contemplating for the special session, which I hope doesn't happen. Stop with the housing bill. It's going to be a piece of garbage if you're trying to jam it in before the end of the year. Here it is. More Connecticut lawmakers are considering more legal protections for immigrants. Folks, I'm telling you, it's a sacrament with these people. It's up there with Holy Communion and confession. It is a sacrament for these people. Now, you want to push forward on this, fine. But people see this and they say, well, what about the other pressing stuff in the state? Don't get mad at me because I'm mentioning it. Because 99% of people are going to see this, they're going to go, oh, again. It's bad enough that this state doesn't allow local officials to hold on to people convicted of violating children. They won't even, there was a couple of cases a couple of months ago where state of Connecticut officials knowingly released deviant perverts back into the community, and ICE had to go find them. So I don't know what's infected people in Hartford. I don't get it. This is bordering, not bordering on, this is now, I don't even know the words. It's become comical. And I'm sure there are a lot of middle-of-the-road people, maybe some Democrats going, enough with this. How about tending to some issues that have nothing to do with migrants? Oh, and by the way, in typical Hartford Current fashion, The headline says migrants. I mean, come on. Can we do journalism 101? You can at least put illegal. You don't want to use illegal. Put undocumented in there. I mean, come on. My God. I can remember 2 or 3 of my journalism professors at BU. They would look at this and say, that's a misleading headline. Oh, Professor Claytel, why is that? Dave Claytel, great guy, loved him. He used to be a producer with ABC News. Well, look at this headline. More legal protections for immigrants. Connecticut lawmakers are considering it. Now, my journalism 101 and 201 professors would be, that's an irresponsible headline. And I would say, why? And they'd say, well, wait a minute. They're talking here about undocumenteds or illegals. You have immigrants in that headline, and people hear immigrant, and they completely ask a question. Well, what are we talking about here? Lawmakers are in discussions about increasing legal protections for immigrants during an upcoming special session, and they're trying to please immigrant advocates. Look, if you're going to tell the story, at least tell the story, and don't, if you're supposedly a professional journalist and you're supposedly getting paid a decent amount of money, and print people make pretty good money. I can tell you, I've been among them from time to time. They make okay. They're not getting rich, but a paper like the Current pays all right. But again, this comes from on high. We're not going to use the word illegal. We're not going to use the word undocumented. We will on purpose. We will purposely deceive our readers. Democratic State Senator Gary Winfield, New Haven, co-chair of the Judiciary Committee, said there are significant conversations among his colleagues and the executive branch, the governor's office. They may be trying to hold Ned hostage on this about potential legislation during a special session, but there are key differences internally. You know what that means? Ned Lamont is looking at the Democratic leaders like Gary Winfield and Bob Duff and Martin Looney, and Ned, as nice as he is, he's looking across the desk and going, "What the F?" Like, do you want to elect Ryan Fazio governor? I'd have no problem with that. Do you want to elect Aaron Stewart as governor? Winfield said, quote, "I think we should do everything legally we can to protect these people. Others are concerned about what those decisions mean for the federal government interfacing with the state." Immigration advocates, again, misleading verbiage. Who are these people advocating for? Illegal immigrants or legal immigrants? Those with a green card? Resident aliens? No, we can't say that because that wouldn't be understanding. Immigration advocates and faith leaders called on legislators Monday to pass a bill during the special session to protect immigrants. They don't get it. Oh, my God. Oh, finally, halfway down in the story, undocumented immigrants. There's been a siding of journalism in the story. Oh, man. 92 organizations committed to immigrant rights, civil rights, human rights, gender rights, worker rights, and racial justice have sent a letter to lawmakers outlining priorities for immigration protections. There you go. Meantime, we continue to get screwed, or maybe you do, because I live in a decent town. You continue to get the big screw every time you open your electric bill, every time you pay your business taxes, every time you pay a fee or you get nickeled and dimed to death. But my God, let's listen to the quote-unquote immigration activists.
I'm Barbara from Trumbull, and I've used Steve Basso Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning since 2012 when he diagnosed the source of a carbon monoxide problem when no one else could. I use him for maintenance and emergency situations for that reason. He has always been able to fix any problem in my home. There's no one better than Steve Basso.
Looking for a reliable plumbing or HVAC company? Steve Basso Plumbing, Heating, and AC has proven customer satisfaction since 1974. Go to BassoPHAC.com. That's BassoPHAC.com.
Step into a storybook fantasy at Sacred Heart University's Discovery Science Center and Planetarium. Join us Friday, October 24th from 7 to 10 p.m. for Treasured Pages, a classic fairy tale ball. This year's Enchanting Masquerade Gala. Step into the story and dress to impress in your favorite fairy tale style. Enjoy a night of magic, music, amazing food, and themed cocktails. Don't miss this magical evening. Treasured Pages, Masquerade Gala. Reserve your tickets now at shudiscovery.org. All proceeds supporting STEAM education for kids and adults.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code COOL to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code COOL for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code COOL for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Several problems working across Fairfield County. Starting out in Stamford, a two-car accident takes out left and center lanes north on 95 between exits 7 and 8. Delays back to the state line. An accident on the Parkway, too, coming over the state line. You stay heavy in through Greenwich. Norwalk to Bridgeport, over an hour now on 95. Looks like a broken-down truck in the left lane by exit 21. Parkway will save a few minutes, but still very heavy into Westport. Patchy volume on the Fairfield side. And Route 8 still busy into the bridge. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
Clear and quite chilly this evening and overnight. Below in the upper 30s to near 40. Friday, sunny and cool, the high and low 60s. Saturday, partly sunny with a high in the upper 60s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Listen while you're at work at voiceofct.com. Now back to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Unless you think that I don't realize I'm always pounding on Democrats, yes, with good reason. Let me ask you something. You hear the Democrats, oh, well, you know, migrants, migrant rights, migrant protection, protect the migrants. Okay, that's fine. You want to do that, fine. When was the last time the Democratic caucus held a news conference about lowering your electric bill? You know that, you know damn well that public benefits charge would have still been there if Republicans had not started complaining about it. When was the last time the Democratic caucus, Bob Duff, Martin Looney, Matt Ritter, Jason Rojas, when was the last time any Democrats in Hartford held a news conference and said, you know what, we have to lower business costs in this state. We come out too low on these business surveys that CEO and CFOs read. When was the last time you saw Martin Looney or Bob Duff do any of that? Go ahead, think. Try and think. I'll wait. When was the last time you heard anybody in the Democratic caucus saying, you know what, we have to make Connecticut more attractive to businesses. We've got to cut people's taxes. We have to make Connecticut less burdensome. You can't, because they don't. But, man, you mentioned the word migrants. Oh, my God, it's like Jesus H. climbed down off the cross. It's mind-numbing. And I'm telling you, you wait. You wait when the governor's race gets in full swing after the first of the year. I'm telling you. And it's already beginning. if Ryan Fazio was in, doing quite well money-wise. If Aaron Stewart decides to get in, she's still just raising money or whatever. You wait. The Democrats will not actually go toe-to-toe and argue real issues in Connecticut. They won't, because they can't, because they've achieved nothing. This state is back-breakingly expensive. They do nothing on absentee ballot security. They will likely do nothing now on this scandal with, sham marriages. All they will do during the campaign next year is say the following: Trump, and Trump, and did you know Trump, and Trumpity Trumps. And likely the Republican candidates are going to come out and say, well, yeah, the guy won the election. He defeated your horrible candidate. But again, let's make and migrants. Let's mention that too. Now look, would I be as the way I am now if I at least thought the majority in Hartford was doing anything to save us money? No, I wouldn't be. They're not. And when in doubt, they wave around that child tax credit. Ooh, what is that? That's a whole $500. Whew, $10 a week. How generous. Jerry in Stratford's here. Hello, Jerry.
Paul, speaking of when did you ever hear the Democrats, when it comes to migrants, when did you ever hear the Democrats talk about we must do everything we can to find these hundreds of thousands of missing migrant children and to rescue them from slavery and perhaps sexual exploitation?
Won't do it. No, they won't do it. No.
So they don't even care about the most vulnerable of migrants.
No.
When Paul, you're right. They don't. They won't use the term illegal alien. They don't care about legal people who've come here and done it the right way. But if they're really going to be truthful, what they should be saying is they're advocating for future Democrat voters. That's why the Democratic Party is bending over backwards. That's why that mayor of Chicago, when somebody brought up a citizen that had her brains bashed in as she'd been raped by a guy from
illegal.
Right. He looked like he wanted to shoot the guy. How dare you bring up facts?
And Jerry, I have to go. Thank you. Yeah, Brandon Johnson's incompetent. This guy is the mayor of a beautiful city. And Jerry said there was a story the other day. Somebody brought up how this hardworking citizen of Chicago was, attacked and seriously hurt by an illegal. And, Brandon Johnson and his posse went into vapor lock. It is mind-boggling how mind-numbing this is. And again, the reason they're doing this, and I'm begging you, if you don't believe me, go online. The projections are coming in as to what happens after the 2030 census in 5 years. There is an outflow of populace moving from the Northeast, including Connecticut, down to Texas, down to Florida, and out west to some mountain states. As it stands now, about 12 to 14 House seats may shift from blue to red states. So part of the reason the Biden White House was rumored to be so lax on the border was because they know that the census counts individuals and not citizens. So part of the reason that at the height of the Biden years, there were 240 or 250,000 people a month coming into the U.S., knowing they would settle in blue areas, that was to try and offset the outflow of people that will be heading south. And this projection of the movement of House seats is echoed on websites that both lean right and lean left. So just go online, maybe tonight or tomorrow when you get a chance. Just Google something like House projections post-2030 census and see what you find. Look, like I always say, you are free not to believe a word I say. Just do your own research. But again, I'm simply asking you people, many of you have accused me of being partisan. Well, yeah, try and think of the last time that any group of Democrats in Hartford got together and held a news conference and said, we are starting an initiative to try and lower the cost of living for people in Connecticut. They never do it. It's about more regulations, more policies, and tying the hands of police. See if they do anything about this justice of the peace situation now. They'll do about as much on that as they did about absentee ballots. Let's wind it up. Jack in Stamford. Jack, how are you?
I'm doing pretty good. And yourself?
Jack, I'm okay. A little action on the game tonight? What are you doing?
Yeah, we got to see. And also, don't forget the hockey's underway, too. You got the Bruins dropping at 7, I think.
Yeah.
So, yeah, a lot of stuff going on. Baseball is too much. I'm just going to stick to football. But just so you're saying, they always talk about the protection of the immigrants and stuff. As I've pointed out before, open up the inside of your passport. And if you go in legally, the Secretary of State or the Foreign Minister asks the U.S. Secretary of State to please extend all rights and privileges as a citizen of that country. So you come in legally, you're protected. You come in illegally, we don't know you're here. Your government doesn't know you're here. You don't have any of these protections. But that's that. Yeah, well, we're a day closer to moving out of the state. So what the heck?
Right, Jack. Take it easy. All right, Jack's going to be a little action tonight. What do we got? Oh, we got Giants-Eagles tonight. Oh, that could be interesting. All right, traffic and weather together. Let's wrap it up on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
Several problems working across Fairfield County, starting out in Stamford. A two-car accident takes out left and center lanes northbound 95 between exits 7 and 8. Delays back to the state line. An accident on the Parkway, too, coming over the state line. You stay heavy in through Greenwich. Norwalk to Bridgeport, over an hour now at 95. Looks like a broken down truck in the left lane by exit 21. Parkway will save a few minutes, but still very heavy into Westport. Patchy volume on the Fairfield side. And Route 8 still busy into the bridge. Tom Colangelo, WICC traffic.
For this evening and tonight, mainly clear and cool with a low in the upper 30s to low 40s. Friday, sunny with a high in the low 60s. Partly sunny Saturday with a high in the upper 60s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
It's new, exciting, big, revolutionary. Huge changes to our service business model at Maritime Chevrolet in Fairfield. Filters, fluids, flushes, blades, bulbs, batteries, oil, tires, and wheels, even software updates, all at your home or office. Our mobile success team comes to you. So take it easy and let Maritime Service Plus handle the rest. World-class technicians and superior hospitality come standard at MaritimeChevy.com. That's MaritimeChevy.com.
Hi, I'm Lee Gainham, that garden guy from Gainham's Garden Center and Florist in Fairfield. Do you have questions about your garden? Tune in to That Garden Guy Sunday mornings at 8 for an hour of lively talk about your favorite pastime. We'll have weekly do's and don'ts and gardening tips of the week for our specific area, and we'll take your phone calls so we can offer solutions to problems you may be having in your lawn and garden right now. Call in and talk with me, That Garden Guy, Sunday mornings at 8 on WICC 600 and 95.9.
Back to the news and talk, thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut, WICC 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli.
All right, keep it right here. We've got news top of the hour. Give you the very latest on a bunch of breaking stories, including, thankfully, cross fingers and all that, the peace process apparently is moving along between Israel and Hamas. Got to rebuild Gaza right now. That is going to take decades to do. And who knows, maybe is this the time that you get peace in the Middle East? Although, you know who could in any way, shape, or form destroy this? Iran. The last thing Iran wants, the last thing those dirty mullahs in Iran want is peace in the Middle East. See you tomorrow.
WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Cammie McCormick. New York's Attorney General Letitia James has been indicted by a grand jury in Virginia as part of a mortgage fraud investigation. Legal contributor Rebecca Roife.
The investigation was into whether or not she lied about this being her primary residence, and that would have constituted a kind of insurance bank fraud that could have formed the basis for this charge. It's the position of her lawyers, or at least that's been their public position, that she quickly corrected this statement. And if so, that somewhat at least undercuts the strength of the government's case if it turns out that that's true.
James is the second Trump political foe to be indicted in the Eastern District of Virginia in the past 2 weeks, former FBI Director James Comey being the other. James brought a civil case against Trump. In a video statement just released,
"These charges are baseless, and the president's own public statements make clear that his only goal is political retribution at any cost."
CBS's Nancy Cordes at the White House.
When asked whether he thinks that it's going to be problematic for prosecutors as they try to proceed with these cases, he says he doesn't believe that that's going to be a problem, and he is simply exercising his First Amendment rights.
A lot of hopes are riding on the deal to end the war in Gaza. While the hostage release will come first and aid will flow into Gaza, Haley Ott reports there are a lot of unresolved issues.
There are still some more difficult elements of that proposal to be hammered out, like how Hamas will disarm, whether it will agree to step back from Palestinian politics, and who will govern Gaza. But all of that will come later.
With the government shutdown continuing, so have the sick outs by some air traffic controllers. Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy on Fox Business Network today.
We need the best and the brightest, the dedicated controllers. And if we have some on our staff that aren't dedicated like we need, we're going to let them go.
Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem said today the anti-crime efforts in Chicago and Portland will continue.
We're purchasing more buildings in Chicago to operate out of. We're going to not back off. In fact, we're doubling down, and we're going to be in more parts of Chicago in response to the people there.
CBS's Nicole Skanga was following 2 court hearings on the National Guard deployments, the first on Portland.
The court appeared skeptical of the government's broad claims, but also really recognized that the courts give the president deference in assessing security threats. Meanwhile, in Chicago, Illinois officials saying state and local police are fully capable of handling any unrest.
On Wall Street today, stocks finished lower. The Dow Jones Industrials